Hello, mic check.
सर ये 3 सीट छोटी है सर, साउंड बहुत आ गया। 2-3 ये 3 एक साथ वही जो ओकेशन है स्ट्रीम कर उससे मैं నువ్వు అడిగితే ఇటు మనకు తక్కువ అవుతుంది, మన ప్రాబ్లం అవుతుంది. మనకేం కాబట్టి ఎక్కువగా అవి చూసుకో. దీంట్లో మొత్తం CS4 ఇసుకో, లేదా ఇసుకరావు వాడుచు, లేదా హిమాచల్ ఏదో इसके लिए दिया अगर हम లేదు ఒకటే దీనికి ఓన్లీ స్పెషల్ जाके OBS में वो कर दो
पेस्ट करा सर नहीं अभी वो इंटरनेट लेने गया
ఒక్క నిమిషం ఇది చూడు ఏమేమి వస్తుంది హిమాచల్ వస్తుంది కదమ్మా హిమాచల్ ఎటువంటి మంచిగా వస్తుంది హిమాచల్ 3 పాయింట్ తీసుకురామ్మా చూసుకున్నాక హిమాచల్ పెడుతుంది
वो आपको ढूंढ रहे हैं
किसी का भी डाल सकते हैं ये मन के इंसान देखिए
अभी तो थोड़ी क्वेश्चन हम पकड़ के रखें हाँ तो पकड़ के रखें जाने में देना
एक और सिस्टम लेके आना पड़ेगा जिसमें मैं जो लिंक है मैं या तो लिंक से ही कर लिंक की स्ट्रिंग की चाहिए
खूबसूरत से एक पल का हिस्सा बन जाता है, जाने कब कौन ज़िंदगी का हिस्सा बन जाता है। कुछ खास लोग मिलते हैं ज़िंदगी में जिनसे कभी ना बिछड़ने वाला रिश्ता बन जाता है। नमस्कार, आदाब, शस्त्रकाल, hello, and a very good morning to all of you present here. I welcome all of you to this absolutely wonderful, beautiful, and auspicious day that brings together so many special people like you. This is me, Soni Priya from Batch 4.
And me, Ashutosh Dhami from Batch 5. We are your hosts for today's event. Dear alumni, it gives us immense pleasure to continue everlasting ties with you. Hope you are faring well in your job and earning laurels for yourself and your family. I'm very grateful and delightful that you are giving your valuable time for this beautiful morning.
I would like to request DG NIRD PR Dr. G. Narendra Kumar IAS, Shri Shashi Bhushan DDG for NIRD PR, Dr. Jyoti Satyapalan, Head of CPGS and DE, Mr. Nanish Tikku, President of Alumni Association, and Mr. Chandranshu, Secretary of Alumni Association, to kindly come on stage and join us for the event.
Before starting, we would like to take a moment to thank our sponsors, without whom none of this could be a reality. Thanking MAITRI, Pure Energy, Shadow Puppet, NDTB Merida, and Punk.
Now, before moving forward with the event, we take an opportunity to introduce our chief guest of the day, the man of distinct vision and a fountainhead of illuminating ideas, an idol of knowledge, experience, and an inspiration to all of us, Director General of NIRD PR, Dr. G. Narendra Kumar, IAS. I request Senthil from Batch 5 to give bouquet to Dr. G. Narendra Kumar.
I feel honored to welcome another bright personality who made all of us proud with his distinguished work in numerous capacities, the Deputy Director General of NIRD PR, Shri Shashi Bhushan, ICAS. I would humbly request Zenith from Batch 12 to offer bouquet to DDG Shri Shashi Bhushan, sir.
The next dignitary is to honor us with his presence is our honorable guest, Professor and Head of CPGS and DE, Dr. Jyoti Satyapalan. I request Rama ma'am from Batch 10 to welcome him with bouquet.
Moving forward, I welcome President of Alumni Association, Mr. Nanish Tikku. I request Ms. Aparna, Batch 15, to greet him with a bouquet. I also welcome Mr. Chandranshu, Secretary of Alumni Association, and request Amrot Kalyan to present a bouquet. We will have our traditional auspicious lamp lighting ceremony as tribute to Mother Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge. I request our honorable chief guest, His Highness Dr. G. Narendra Kumar IAS, along with other dignitaries, to join and light the lamp.
Mother, we pray for your blessings. Gives us wisdom to make this world a better place to live in. May all human beings live in peace and harmony. May the truth prevail. May the darkness of ignorance be swept away by the dawn of self-realization.
I consider it a great honor to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Arishi Devapriya to address the gathering with his kind words.
Very good morning to one and all. It's not addressing the gathering, I'll be welcoming the gathering. Thank you. Very good morning to one and all again. It's a great privilege for me to welcome the students and alumni of this particular institute, NIDPR, beginning from the batch 1 to batch 19. All of them are there in one single floor today in the Vikas Auditorium, along with 3 batches of PGDM and PGDRDM current batch ongoing. So we have around 85 alumni students already joined in the morning, and another 75 students of current batch students are already there, and we're expecting another 50 students of alumni to be there in this floor by another 1 hour. So on behalf of the institute, on behalf of the Center for PG Studies and Distance Education, I take the privilege to welcome all my beloved alumni of this particular institution. So your alma mater welcomes all of you to this particular occasion of the second version of MAITRI. So thank you all for joining us today, and you'll be there for tomorrow for interaction, for the betterment of the rural poor, for which you have been garnered as the young professionals. At the same time, you will also deliberate about how you are going to develop your alma mater, how you will be able to develop your own fellow colleagues. Those are also coming out from this particular program. So at the same time, you will have also fun here. You will have cultural programs. You will have fun at the sports complex. You will remember all these memories. At the same time, in the your playground for the cricket as well as other activities is also waiting for you. So thank you once again for being a part of this particular program. On behalf of the Center for PG Studies, I welcome the Director General Sir to be there in this occasion, to be the chief guest. Thank you so much, sir. Only because of your encouragement and your motivation, for last 2 years, we have been continuing to striving to improve this particular program. And there are so many other things, sir, will be also discussing about what are the agenda for further improvement of the PG programs at NIDPR. Further, I welcome the DDG sir, who is one of the key motivators for the CPGS and DE. He has been telling us for last 1.5 years, okay, we need to remodel the program. We need to change the model of placement. We need to come out of the stigma of placing the students in the government systems. We need to come out of that. We need to place them into international organizations, development agencies, as well as in the CSR activities. So thank you so much, sir, to be there with us in this particular occasion. I also welcome the P&H of CPGS and DE, Jyotish sir, to be there a part of it. Then finally, Nainis and Chandran, so my beloved students, they are also here. So welcome you to be here. I welcome all faculty members, those who have taught the students for last 14 years. They are all here. Thank you so much for being in this particular forum. Staff members, as well as the current batch of the students, those are here in this inaugural function. I welcome all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind greetings. Now I would take a pleasure to invite Mr. Nanish Tikku, President of Alumni Association, to grace us with his opening remarks. Please, sir.
Namaste and a very good morning to distinguished guests, respected DG sir, DDG sir, Professor and Head CPGS, faculty members, all the alumni who have come here, as well as other friends. It's a matter of great privilege for me to represent the alumni community at large, present 1,000 plus alumni community present at large across the country and around the globe, as well as the Alumni Association. Um, it's a privilege for me to represent the work that we are doing. Uh, so the course, as you all know, started in 2009. We were the first batch of students, and it was just an idea of the ministry, which was brought into fruition by the then DG, Dr. B.K. Sinha, then Deputy Director General, Dr. K.N. Kumar, and the CPGS head, late Shri Dr. Durga Prasad Garu. It's we feel a lot of gratitude, sir, having been there for last 13 years and working in the industry, representing our brand, and taking the learnings of this institute through field work, through the values that came from the faculty members, and the camaraderie of all our friends and fellow mates that we learned here. Into the programs of rural development and development sector. Personally, for us, the Alumni Association was born in 2019. We started working on it from 2016 to galvanize all the alumni because there was a need to come together and to create a platform to work together with our alma mater, with the center. Since 2019, which has been the official date that we formed the Alumni Association, sir, we have come a long way in a lot of activities that we have undertaken. We did our first alumni meet, sir, in February 2020, just before the pandemic, sir, which saw students from across the batches again come and reunite with the alma mater here. So it was also a time for us to know not only our own batch, because we read in a campus which only had one batch at that point of time. So knowing our own juniors and different students who were studying, bonding with them led actually the foundation of what the Alumni Association today does. So the meet actually led to creation of a shared agenda that we took in the last 2 years that I'll briefly put on the table, sir. We started the most prominent activity that the association has been doing is the support of placement that we provide to the current batch students. Due to the bonds that were fostered again in the alumni meet, there was a personal interest by a lot of alumni who are present there that they took in terms of providing inputs. CV writing, sir, just the way you present yourself, generating an SOP of all the questions that SRLMs have, special presentations on day NRLM were taken up. And as we speak today, sir, even the last batch, we have been regularly in touch with even the students that were unable to get placed, personally guiding one of them, each one of them towards getting jobs and not getting disheartened at the fact of the delay in probably getting the job. So that placement has been one of the prime agendas, and I think DG sir and DDG sir also have been hinting about discovering more avenues of getting together. In addition, sir, we launched our alumni magazine, sir, Manthan, in August 2020. Manthan, a magazine which is a 6-month magazine, the second edition of which, sir, today you will dedicate to everyone, brings together a thought leadership of the alumni. Alumni have been writing, sir, from issues around CSR, issues of farmer unrest, and how negotiations can take place, and their own personal journeys in field visits and in their own organizations, of embracing linguistic diversity, of the changes that is happening through Swachh Bharat missions and their reflections. We have also done a series of webinars last year, sir, in COVID. There were around 15 webinars that we have done on various issues, from international education to mental health, to opportunities in consulting, civil services, and all these have been demand-driven webinars. The students in the batches that they wanted to hear, and that's how we were able to get not only the alumni but experts outside. As we speak, sir, we are active on all social media handles. We have a presence on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, as well as other social media platforms. We have committees that work on documentation, placement support, organizing an event like this, raising sponsorship. We have, sir, from the first event to today, sir, we've raised from 1 to 5 sponsors, and we've raised around 350% increase in sponsorship fee. So that shows the trust that NIRD PR alumni are creating in the market. Sir, as you know, alumni networks across the country today are active in giving back to alumni matters. Alumni, alumni is always very interested to give back. How we engage with each other, I think, remains an evolving theme. And we request the Director General and the Deputy Director General, as well as the head CPGS, to and we are going to deliberate, sir, the different ways in which we are going to strengthen this bond further. So we also during our deliberations feel that some bit of systems, if we can put for the alumni to interact and get recognition on the website, the alumni day getting calendared at NIRT, sir, I think it will create a stronger push. Most of the alumni here, sir, have taken leave, left their jobs and come. So, sir, we see all of them as investors into the purpose of alumni. And they have been volunteering with their time to build this cadre. We see this as a long journey, sir, for next 5-7 years to build and establish our brand, and that's what, sir, we are committed to and we'll be doing. I thank Dr. Devpriya, sir, and CPG's team who has been silently mentoring and guiding us in how to move about it. It's a complex institution, and a lot of us are based out in different parts of the country. So a very smooth kind of a system also, sir, is really exciting, and it keeps us bringing us here. I see Rajeshwar, sir, as well there. Lastly, I think I would like to convey my deep gratitude to all of you for giving us this dais, this platform. We value this immensely and are committed to giving back and working together in whichever way you tell us. Thank you, and Jai Hind, sir.
Thank you, sir, to oblige us with words of encouragement in this occasion. Now, we are excited to hear some words by our today's chief guest, Dr. G. Narendra Kumar, DG of NIDPR, to address the gathering and cast the light of his knowledge upon us by his motivating words.
Thank you very much. Mr. Shashi Bhushan, who is the Deputy Director General in charge of the NIRDPR, Professor Jyoti Satyapalan, Professor and Head of the Center for Postgraduate Studies, Nainish and Chandranshu, other distinguished faculty members who are present here, esteemed alumni of the NIRDPR programs, students who might be present here, others who are present here. At the very outset, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to you all to this event, especially to the alumni who have traveled from all over the country to be part of this event. A very, very warm welcome to you all. Ladies and gentlemen, quite often people say that an institution is not made of walls of brick and mortar, but it is made by people. People who work in the institution, people who go through the institution. That's especially true for an educational institution. An educational institution is made by its faculty and by the students and the trainees who pass out of the institution. The quality of these people, quality of interaction between the faculty and the trainees, students is what makes the institution. And I must say that this National Institute of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj has withstood the ravages of time and has grown from strength to strength through 64 years of its history. And I'm very glad that you have been part of this illustrious history of this institute. Our work in rural development and Panchayati Raj, which is a part of public service, as you all know, is different and distinct. It is work with a purpose. It's not just work to earn bread for yourself, earn a salary for yourself and for your family. People who work in this sector can proudly look back upon their life and say that this is what we have contributed to public welfare, to making the life of people better, which I think is a great satisfaction in the twilight years of your life. As I begin to enter about 4 to 5 years, I am also due to retire. When you look back upon your achievements, you look back with some considerable satisfaction that you've been able to make some contributions to improvement in the quality of life, to make people's life better. So that contribution and satisfaction that you derive from it is perhaps not there in very many sectors of work. That's how the studies and work in this sector should be taken. I'd like to take this opportunity to inform you about some of the recent developments in the National Institute of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, especially since you have last come here in 2020, I'm told. One of the key developments in our institute has been merger of another national institute with the NIRDPR. Merger of CAPAT, called the Council for Appropriate Rural Technologies, that got merged through a decision of the Union Cabinet in May 2020. So virtually now we deal with 3 different verticals of work: rural development, Panchayati Raj, and appropriate rural technologies, including work of the civil society organizations, the NGOs. So our work horizon has expanded. With that, we also now have offices, an additional office in the heart of Delhi, in the India Habitat Center at Delhi. Banking on this, I'd like to suggest to you to also consider maybe having a chapter of the Alumni Association in Delhi, where we should be able to also support the Alumni Association from Delhi itself. You may like to consider that. A key emphasis of work for the Institute over the past few years has been on microenterprise development, especially developing microenterprises of self-help groups. Because in this country now we have about 80 lakh self-help groups and 8 crore women in these self-help groups. We've built a lot of social capital in these groups. We need to look forward to moving them forward from social capital building through savings and thrift activities to microenterprise development. That's the task we are increasingly getting engaged in. Just as the Ministry of Rural Development is engaging itself in this task of moving the self-help groups to microenterprises, there's a target to set up about 24 lakh micro enterprises in the country, 24 lakh micro enterprises of self-help groups. Another key initiative which has been taken by the Ministry of Panchayat Raj, whom we service as a think tank, is the localization of the Sustainable Development Goals. NIRD was at the forefront of developing the Gram Panchayat Development Plan guidelines, through which the development plans at the Panchayat level were prepared and the subsequent integration with the Block Panchayat Development Plan and the District Panchayat Development Plan. We are now moving to the next stage. Perhaps for the first time anywhere in the world, India is taking the step to deliberately focus on achieving sustainable development goals through local level initiatives. So we are substantially engaged in training various participants in the localization of sustainable development goals. Also moving forward, during the past 1 year, we have developed guidelines for Panchayat Citizens Charters to enable service delivery efficiently and effectively at the Panchayat level, as per laid down norms and as per the timelines mentioned in Citizens Charter which are prepared by the Panchayats. So this has now been implemented in almost about 2 lakh Panchayats all over the country. We also support very substantially the Jal Jeevan Mission, which is again a very ambitious and one of its kind program anywhere in the world, anytime. Because the Government of India is investing about 3.5 lakh crore rupees in this initiative to provide clean piped drinking water supply to every household in the rural areas. Never in history we are told such an initiative has been taken in any country anywhere in the world in such a short span of time. And we actively support this initiative because the huge mass of assets which will be created with this initiative need to be serviced, and panchayats come forward to take on the role of providing servicing and maintenance of those assets. So we are actively involved in work in the wash sector in this direction. Social audit is an area of strength for NIRD. Social audit happens most in India anywhere in the world. And within India, NIRD is the lead organization for conducting social audits. And we have forayed beyond the Ministry of Rural Development into the Ministry of Education and into the Ministry of Social Justice for social audit of their programs. We have also launched a new initiative recently by way of an action research project called the 250 Model GP Clusters to improve governance at the panchayat level by creating beacon panchayats, which would be beacons of effective governance at the panchayat level, and through that we hope there will be dissemination of best practices of panchayat governance to other panchayats in the neighboring areas, and we are increasingly seeing a greater demand for expansion of those clusters. So like this, we are continually making progress and we are moving forward. Another major step that we are trying to take, and which may be of interest for you to know, is to try and transform the existing PG diploma course into a master's degree course. Because we feel that the master's degree course is more valuable both academically and also from a placement point of view. So we're working with the Jawaharlal Nehru University to try and convert the existing postgraduate degree courses, diploma courses, into master's degree courses, and also to launch a PhD program. We hope this will happen over the next few months. The idea here is that the Government of India and state governments together spend almost about 4 lakh crore rupees every year in the area of rural development and Panchayati Raj. Should these sectors, which cater to the interests of the poor and downtrodden, not be serviced by skilled manpower, which unfortunately the higher education system of this country has not really stepped up to develop that kind of skilled manpower which is required. So we're trying to fill the void by trying to create a model master's degree program in rural development and Panchayati Raj, which other universities and higher education institutions of this country would emulate. And we hope with that we would have a strong cadre of master's degree holders in rural development and Panchayati Raj who will be able to professionally support the implementation of rural development and Panchayati Raj programs in the country all over. So this is work in progress in the NIRDPR, and we look to your contributions intellectually. I would like to underline that we would like to look to your intellectual contributions more than contributions to developing infrastructure in the institute. Quite often, very many institutes look to the alumni to reinforce their infrastructure. I don't think we are short of resources to develop our infrastructure. We're reasonably okay. Of course, there's a lag in developing the infrastructure, making it world class, which we are at it, trying to build that world class infrastructure. But we don't have a dearth of resources for developing infrastructure. If we have a dearth of resources at the intellectual level, trying to strengthen the training and the academic activities in rural development, Panchayati Raj and allied areas. And that's where we look to contributions from the alumni very strongly. Because NIRDPR continues to be an institute for practitioners, training for practitioners and orienting its students to practice very effectively, not so much on the theoretical aspects of work. So in that direction, we look to contributions from the alumni. At the same time, as I was mentioning to you, work in NIRD continues to be evolving. We focus on newer areas of work all the time. And this also will provide an opportunity for the alumni to upgrade their knowledge, upgrade their capabilities. So I'll request the Center for Postgraduate Studies to find ways and means of associating the alumni in some of our training programs and workshops and so on, especially workshops which are of a cerebral nature where we try to brainstorm and come up with ideas to develop and to improve existing programs, including efforts for developing a policy on rural development for the first time, which Professor Jyotish is at the center of it, and I hope next time that we meet, he will be able to take you through a good rural development policy for India. We also look to the alumni, as they've already been doing, to strengthen the young students who are passing through NIRD's portals, not only for their placement, but for their intellectual enhancement, also for ensuring better recruitment of students into the program. As I mentioned, it is the human capital which makes the institution, which makes the programs, and which makes the program successful. If you look at the IITs programs are good, students get good placements and good salaries, not so much because of the training they receive in the IITs, but because of the quality of students who are recruited into IITs. People who are coming to recruit at the IITs, they recruit the students because they have passed through the JEE examination. They think that they are cut above others. And that's how we should also be able to attract good students to come and get recruited to our postgraduate programs here. So we look to support in that direction also. In short, I would like to say that we look to enhancement of capabilities of this institute, capabilities of the students, and capabilities of the alumni as well. And I hope that the deliberations of this alumni meet will take us forward in this direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your informative views. Now I would like to request our Honorable DG sir and other dignitaries to launch biannual magazine of Alumni Association, Manthan.
Thank you, sir. Now, it's a great pleasure to invite one of the noted personality Professor and Head CPGSDE, Dr. Jyoti Satyapalan, to enlighten us with his words.
Respected DG Sir, Dr. Narendra Kumar IAS, respected DDG, Mr. Shashi Bhushan, Mr. Manish Thakur, Manish Thakur, the President of Alumni Association, and Chandramshu, the Secretary of the Association, and my faculty colleagues in CPGS, and all other faculty colleagues, and those former students who attended here, and the current students. You already heard an excellent address from the DG Sir, and he gone through for what we stands for in NAIDPR. When I met him first in NAIDPR, he asked me, let us look into the vision of NAIDPR. Let us make it more clarity on the vision of NAIDPR. It's already there. We may have to do it. Then he said it should be something related to the quality of life in rural areas. So he said, let us say that improving the quality of life in rural area is the vision of NAIDPR. But his request to me is, you just spell out it clearly what we mean by the quality of life. So we looked into the literature, what we mean by quality of life from the material side to the non-material side of the life. So you can see an array of things there in the vision of NAIDPR. It starts from the material to the non-material part of it. I think the whole centers here in NAIDPR, and we all stand to work towards that goal. That is our purpose today. And we are welcoming the Alumni Association also to join us and do networking and work towards to achieve that goal, to improve the quality of life. It's not a simple concept. If you start reading on that concept, it's from the material side to the human rights side, you see lots of things on the quality of life, the spirituality, many, many things. The peace is very important if you need development. It talks about the quality of life, something which is missing today in the world, the peace. DG Sir was mentioning here about the institution, what we mean by institution, and it is made by the people. It's true that. I think I have to repeat it once again here, because you are also bringing another institution and also human, support you are giving to us to strengthen our aim of achieving the quality of life in that. So it's very important what we mean by institution. Without institution, we cannot achieve anything. Why I am saying this, recently a committee constituted by the DG and AIDPR to work on rural development policy in India. So then I thought I must start reading something. What I read, my starting point was reading a perspective plan which is written in 1958 by a highly intellectual bureaucrat, not academician, Pidambara Bhatt. You may be knowing him. So he was a bureaucrat who led that in the Indian Planning Commission we studied. And he wrote a perspective plan for the next 15 years. That is till 70, 71 time. And his main point was, there is a group of people who belong to the bottom 2 deciles of the population in this country, and how to support them. No benefit of prosperity is shared with them. No benefit of prosperity is shared with them. No benefit of growth is shared with them. And this was his main point, Mr. Pidambara Bhatt said in the perspective plan in 1958. And I felt that still it is relevant. But our approach may be a little bit different. He was mentioning here the improvement of micro-enterprises. Why are we thinking of improving the micro-enterprises? Because we wanted to share the benefit of growth and prosperity to the bottom 2 deciles of the population in this country. That is the main aim of it. That is why today, so how to do it instead of simple money transfers and transfer payments, how to make people also get involved in the whole growth process and share the benefit with them. So we call it in academics, it's a inclusive growth. So inclusive growth is a whole idea of, the government of India. I think we should promote such micro enterprises and share the benefit with them. So that is the crux of the whole issue. I think within another 1 or 2 years, we may be able to come up with such a model to share the benefit of growth through this policy, the engine, the growth as a engine of the whole thing. So I also believe that this alumni association can support us in achieving this one. Not only the conceptual level, but in the practical level. We support the practitioners in this country. We are not standing for theories, but theory is very important. All theories are translated into policy, or policies are coming as programs, and finally various strategies and reaching to the people in practical forms. So that way, the theory is important for us, but we are not working towards making new theories. But let us also take your input in all aspects of translating policy in programs and implementation level. I think you will support the NIRDPR achieving its aim within the next few years. And it's very important to strengthen your organization. With these words, I conclude here. Thank you very much. And I thank the organizers for giving an opportunity for this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Now, I would like to call our honorable guest of honor, Shri Shashi Bhushan, DDG of our institute, to share words of wisdom.
Thank you. Respected DG sir, Dr. Jyotish Satyapalan, who is heading CPGS, Ms. Tikku and Chandransu, sitting on the dais, our esteemed faculty members, and the participants who have joined in this 2 days program, those who have passed from NIRDPR and the present students of CPGS. Like as DG sir has already given the overview what has been done in the past roughly 1.5 years and how we are moving ahead. So I will restrict my talk to CPGS only. Like we know that this CPGS course is quite meaningful, and our faculty members, they give one of the best, they impart one of the best knowledge in rural development. And in the course of interview, when I am present in the interview, when the students passing from this institute, if they are the participants for the interview program, so what I realized that their knowledge are much better than the general person who is turning up for the interview. But somehow, due to limitation of this course, we are constrained to take them. So I was discussing this with the training division also. In training division of the ministry, I gave them the feedback that like we are fortunate that Sasi Rekha from the first batch is in CR. So not only me, but in the ministry also, they feel that she has much more relevant knowledge than those people who are coming from outside and then coming into as a consultant or as mostly consultant and RD fields, they take manpower on contractual basis. So it would be meaningful if as faculty members you all design your recruitment requirement and dovetail it so that we can take more from CPGS passed out candidates, get more opportunity where the RD, because they are grounded in the RD policy matters, and this course gives a wonderful opportunity to learn about the RD course, RD programs, and it would be helpful for the ministry also if they take these people in their programs. So they will able to, because these people already understand the RD schemes much better than public in general. So we are striving hard, and as it is mentioned that we are trying to have a collaboration with Jawaharlal Nehru University to make a master program and PhD. So and we look forward in this 2-day workshop that how we should engage much better in CSR uh, with the suggestion of the this alumni, and how to make the course more meaningful. So I wish all the best for this next 2 days program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your graceful words. We again take opportunity to introduce our sponsors with a brief introduction about their works. First of all, I would like to thank MAITRI, whose purpose is to discover and scale solutions to combat climate change to enhance human and plants' well-being.
Thanking Pure Energy, the company which has focused on enabling transition to sustainable energy sources.
Thanking Shadow Puppet Films, who is a multinational winning video production house based in Hyderabad.
Thanking NDDB Merida.
Thanking Punk Society. The vision of Punk is to make the world a place where all underprivileged people will develop as a source and contribute towards the growth of nation. Thank you everyone. Thank you for your kind and humble support, sponsors.
Now it's time to honor our guest with a small memento. First of all, we will like to invite Mr. Nanish Tikku to present memento to Dr. G. Narendra Kumar, IAS, Director General of NIRD PR.
I would like to request Mr. Nanish to present a memento to Sri Shashi Bhushan, ICAS, Deputy Director General, NIRD PR.
Now I would like to call Rahul Parmar to present memento to Dr. Jyoti Satpalan, Professor and Head of CPGS and DE. Now I would also like to facilitate our esteemed faculties. Ma'am, Dr. Deva sir and Akansha ma'am, please come on stage. Calling Sashi Rekha ma'am to present them bouquet. Memento, sir.
I would request Shashi Rekha ma'am to kindly present a memento to Dr. Akansha Shukla, Associate Professor CPGSGE and of NIRD PR. I request Shashi Rekha ma'am to kindly present a memento to Dr. Arishi Devapriya, Associate Professor, CPGSD and IDPR. Thank you so much. Now we request Mr. Chandranshu, Secretary, Alumni Association, to kindly present vote of thanks.
It's my pleasure to be here, and I, on behalf of the Alumni Association, would like to express our feelings of gratitude, happiness, and all the excitement we are here. So, on behalf of the association, I would like to say, like, this is second event of MAITRI 2022, and it is like wonderful to see so many people here, and very I would say that we are quite happy and fortunate enough to be back at the our alumni institution, and this has been made successful, this event, would be like the 2-day event would be surely a fantastic one with all the contribution of many people. I would name a few here. Firstly, I would like to thank Honorable Dr. G. Nagendra Kumar, the Director General for NIRD and PR. Thank you so much, sir. Then Mr. Shri Shashi Bhushan ji, the DDG of NIRD PR. Thank you so much, sir, for all your support and cooperation. And Professor Jyotish, the professor head for CPGS and IRD PR, and the CPGS team, Dr. Arishri Debapriya, and all the staff of Center for Postgraduate Studies and Distance Education of NIRD. We wholeheartedly thank you, sir and madams, for all your support and contribution and all the back end support that you provide to the alumni association, not only to conduct such events but also in our careers, in our day-to-day lives. So you have been a source of inspiration for us. And with this, I would also like to thank all the external faculties who have taught us across the years. And thank you so much to the hostel and facilities department of our institution. And I would like to, maybe not the last, but thank you so much to all the lovely, chirpy, and enthusiastic young minds, the current batches of PGDRDM and PGDM-RM, who have done who have, in spite of all the holidays, Diwali and Chhat Puja and many other festivals, I think you all gave a lot of energy, lot of hard work is there behind organizing this event. So thank you so much to these young and bright minds of NIRD and CPGS. And I would also like to, before I close, I would like to, affirm to all the, to all the guests on the dais that the vision that NIRD PR shares as an alumni of this institution, this world-class institution, we would always ensure that we lead on this path, the vision of rural development. And obviously, we would continue working together with you and to make this objective and the goals of NIRD, National Institute of Rural Development, quite a in a long term, and I'm sure we would be able to serve this country with you. So thank you so much, everyone.
Now I request everyone to proceed for tea break and photo session with our esteemed guest. Everyone please join in 30 minutes.
भाई कैमरा पास करो और कौन बताया था आपको लास्ट टाइम ऐसे बोलो क्या करूँ क्या करूँ कैप लगाई पूरा करने क्या
Time. Good afternoon, good morning. A very good morning, one and all present here. I feel everyone is feeling fresh after having a tea break. I would like to introduce ourselves. It's me, Srishti Bagri from batch 20, and my co-host Akash Verma from batch 5. Now, it's time to invite you all for a panel discussion which will be giving insight about the various themes of rural India and its challenges and opportunities. Without wasting much time, I would like to invite you for our very first panel which will be discussing on rural development and its challenges and opportunities. The panel consists of 5 members, that is, respected Shri Shashi Bhushan Sir, DDG NIRD, Bhakti Khode Ma'am, Bharti Khode Ma'am, Program Manager, GMR Foundation, Mr. Sahara from B16, he is currently working in SBI Foundation, Dr. Murugeshan Singh, Dr. S. Ramesh, Shaktival Associate Professor, CIA TSJ. Forthwith, along with the esteemed panel members, I would like to invite Nanish, President Alumni Association, as a moderator of panel. So, I would like to give the stage to them. Thank you.
There is a small correction. The theme for the first panel discussion is strategies to collaborate with CSR organizations and foundation to improve learning, internship and placement opportunities for the PG students. Thank you, sir. Sir, please.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Is it audible? Welcome back from a tea break as we go into the next session of the MAITRI 2022 Alumni Meet, second Alumni Meet. It's my privilege to welcome a panel of guests, experts, and dignitaries on the dais. Dr. Shashi Bhushan, the chair for the panel and Deputy Director General. It was his idea to get this panel in place, sir. And thank you for your leadership. Dr. S. Jyotis, Professor and Head CPAGS, the man in the chair to take CPGS forward. And we definitely want to hear your thoughts about taking this forward. Dr. R. Murugesan, who joins us online from Guwahati. Hello, sir. Dr. R. Shaktivel, from Associate Professor from NIRD, who's handling CSR affairs and is closely associated with the work institution is doing. Ms. Bharti Khode, Program Manager, CSR, GMR Varalakshmi Foundation. Welcome, ma'am. And Mr. Sahara Bisoy, who works with SBI Foundation and who joins us online from Mumbai, one of our alumni. As you all know, enactment of the Companies Act 2013 was a landmark act in the world in terms of introducing a mandatory provision by imposing obligations for companies to spend 2% of an amount of profit into welfare activities. According to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs portal, 17,007 organizations reported an expenditure of around 24,000 crore in the year 2021. It is estimated that around 1 lakh jobs have been generated since 2013 in this sector. Um, Opportunities in CSR departments, in policies, public policy, in communication, finance, impact measurement have all come in different organizations, both in public sector undertaking as well as private sector companies. Um Opportunities in accountings, in CSR consulting firms, as well as in NGOs, think tanks, to do policy advocacy under CSR, impact measurement under CSR have also come up. Given this context, the panel is here to discuss the practical strategies for that can be used by the CPGS to partake of this new opportunities for the learning and placement of our students. Um, I'll directly dive into the this. I think I'll request the chair once to also set the expectations on what kind of outcomes you want to hear, sir, from the panel, and also since you sir are looking at it from a distance, both as an administrator and running this institute and having some idea of how we are doing it, sir. How do you see the what are the opportunities and challenges for us, and what kind of outcomes do you see that the panel can bring out?
Thank you. First, I will request the people who are sitting at the back must come forward so that it is audible for everybody.
Can you please come ahead, friends? Can we have active participation? It's not a inactive conversation. Please, friends, come. And there is a quiz in the end. So I think we should all be attentive.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to chair this session. So we have a center of CSR in NIRDPR. So till now we are working on bits and pieces like providing sanitary napkins to girl student in Hyderabad and in Telangana. So this type of works we are doing, and then as you know, the oil marketing companies they generate lot of revenue. They are profit making institutions, and they are major contributor to the CSR, but they are only focusing on infrastructure, and they are also grappling with the problems that they are suppose they want to give computers to the village schools, and for that matter some equipment to the village hospitals. So they don't have the means to reach in these far-flung areas, and they don't have the clear-cut policies. So as NIRDPR works in the field of rural development and Panchayati Raj, so and this corporate affairs makes the policy for CSR. So ideally it would have been that NIRDPR playing a coordinating role between playing a bridge between the Ministry of Rural Development and this Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and coming out what are the avenues under CSR to invest in RD. So what we have seen that in rural development, mostly the government investment takes place. The private investment is hardly there. So philanthropy work might be there, but since there is a feeling that the rural area doesn't give the economic return to the investment. So private players are not coming forward. So since CSR is a noble way of sharing the profit with the deficit area, so we look forward that what should be the meaningful, one of the thoughts, Dr. Jyotis Satyapalan is also heading that committee for RD policy. So RD policy, what we have seen that the rural areas, despite of 60% of our population lives in rural area, but the economic contribution is hardly 25%. So how to make it effective through the CSR, so that this, apart from government, the private investment should take place in the rural area, and that too not concentrating on the infrastructure, but on the soft skill and employment generation and contribution toward the economic growth. So, and Government of India has already sufficiently made the rural area, like there is no infrastructure deficit as of now. Bearing few examples, we can say that the rural area has become more livable than the urban area. But at the same time, because of lack of employment opportunity or meaningful uh, engagement, there is a distress migration. So, in order to develop, as you know that the world over the Swiss watch, it is made in a village of Switzerland. So, why can't we replicate all these models and whatever feasible for India through CSR and through government initiative? So, this is how, this is my feeling, and this rural area, we can't always say that we require investment in rural area. So rural area itself should come forward and contribute to the national growth. So this is how I think the discussion should go forward, to make a meaningful suggestion from the panelists, and then we may have a paper moving from here on, so that we can contribute to the CSR policy, how it should move forward. So this is from my side.
Thank you, sir. I think, sir, what you say is really the need of the hour. Essentially, you're saying is then we need to be strategic about how CSR so move beyond provision of just items here and there, do a more composite rural development, holistic development program. And also, I think what you're saying is that how can NIRD actually create that bridge, whether it's an oil marketing company or a private company, to invest and create more value through capacity, through micro SMME, and create that kind of sustainable infrastructure, and just not look at it as one of the activities. So given that context, if I come to you, Dr. Shaktivel, how do you see the center is looking to reach out and provide leadership in terms of sensitizing companies to move beyond these singular programs or activities to a more holistic investment in rural infrastructure that can generate job growth? So how do you see that, and what are the opportunities you see for students that are coming?
So thank you, respected ADG and other panelists. Voice is audible? Yeah. Okay. So I think that is a response to what DDG sir was saying. You're asking, but I also took some notes. Yesterday evening, I was told that I should be talking on this topic, and I suddenly started looking at it. And from my point of view, like having been in development sector last 30 years now, so 20 years has been in hardcore project management with UNICEF and other various agencies, and now in academics. So I feel I'm more better placed to inspire the students on placement. So I feel, and also I was placing students prior to this. I was with the Tata Institute of Social Sciences. So I had handled 4 batches, and I driven placement for a new course, water sanitation and hygiene. So I know how it works, and it's really not that easy. So it's not that easy, and CSR is even more difficult. If you ask me, placement and open job market, there is always this big difference in development sector. It's not like engineering or management where placement is main and open job market is also there. But in development sector, open job market is bigger. Placement is a very small component. In this also we never indulge in placement. Faculty has no role, only students have to do. So it's not a this responsibility. Placements are the students' responsibility, but we support. But it's the case in development sector, and also the bulk of jobs or higher jobs, it's all available in the open market, not in the placement. Placement is basically a entry-level job, and you cannot go high in placement. So take that also into consideration. It's not that easy. And international agencies never come to campus interviews like UNICEF, or I was part of UNICEF, or I was part of WaterAid, Save the Children. You can name a couple of the agencies that I've seen. We never go to placements. We go to the open market. And also, the requirement is because they need middle level or upper level managers. So CSR companies cannot take people on ground because the projects, number of projects, if you look at, it's very limited. And mostly it is funded through NGOs and other partners or project management agencies. I think that should be our target initially, not the company, CSR company itself, because it's a huge ask. You have to be a manager level candidate with 5 to 10 years of experience and having a sectoral competencies. Like it's not that just generic rural development competency will work. You have to have, even in that, water sanitation or health or nutrition or this kind of sectoral specialization is also required if you really want to anchor your job at a higher level when you talk about CSR companies. Like a couple of my friends are now HCL Foundation chairman, his CEO is my colleague who worked with me earlier. So they go with 20, 15 years of experience to a higher managemental roles. So given that, it's not that it's bad. I feel CSR has a broader an opportunity for you, and I think slowly, I think so far if you look at it, the kind of companies which are driven by, it's all regular managers of CSR companies. It's not, development professionals have not taken over. It's still early, because if you look at PSUs, government PSUs never go to campus placements. They're all limited to their own examination, and they manage their placements like that. They don't go to, largely, I mean, Coal India, I know they conduct examination and take students from TIS, but it's not from the campus. It's they call and then they ask you to attend, appear an interview or a written test, and then it's done. It's more like a governmental process that they follow. But the private CSR foundation is an opportunity wherein we can really get engaged. So that is one area that I feel NIRD CPGS has a role in trying to see how we can engage. And certain steps definitely is important. One is, like I told you, like I've slogged through the line 20 years to reach to a level where I could go to UNICEF and sit, or WaterAid. Like it takes quite a lot of professional experience. So don't shy away from doing your field work. It's be in the grassroots, understand. You cannot be a manager in one day. Development sector is not like typical IIM graduate going to a corporate and sitting and managing, staying in a glass house or a corporate office. But it comes through a very strong field understanding, core competencies developed in a sector which is aligned to you, like more to degree. Like I would say, when I was handling this water sanitation, I would tell the students that look at your basic degree and then plan your specialization, even in WASH. WASH has a broad domain. Again, in that, if you're an engineer, what you should do. If you are a commerce graduate, what should you be doing, or a marketing person, what you should be doing. So it is culled out, and you cannot just generically say that I am fit for everything. Like and TIS has so many degrees. That's unfortunate. Like we have only rural management here, but they will have entrepreneurship, they will have WASH, they will have health. So those candidates will have an edge when these companies look for sectoral experience. So I would say here, the basic understanding on rural development is very good. Like I think nobody can give you that exposure what NIRD can give. At the same time, specialization aligned with your basic degrees, where you can become a specialist in certain core areas which are required by this development agencies are also important. And more so, CSR will have such domains, like various domains will be there. You cannot be just master of everything and expect a job. So you really have to nurture yourself into a professional who understand a sectoral programming skills that are required. And coming to how do we engage, I think engagement CPGS can really have like NIRD. In TIS we never had funds to call anybody. Like faculty or the institute has no funding for calling resource person. But NIRD you get so many people every day. Top bureaucrats to other people we can call. I think there can be several occasions. I think CPGS should align with centers. Maybe it should also have an agenda in calling certain particular person. If you are calling like a CSR head, like now sir has approved our CSR talks. We are going to organize regular CSR talks. Thankful to sir for that. Like online talks, inviting top-notch CSR companies. So that is be done. Like if we want to capture them, it's more a relationship that operates. And I know in Wash I used to call my friends and say, come on yaar, kam se kam do bachche ko le lo is baar. So this way it used to work. It is not that it works like you send a brochure, placement brochure is good. No, nobody will come automatically. It has to be a relationship, and they should understand that the engagement is there, and students are aware of CSR activities, and more internship with like Tata projects. The other day I have given the connect to Dr. Devapriya. So when the head came to talk to me, I said, why don't you take us, our students at least for internship, don't fund us, but internship or project work. And talks, I think more people can be called if at all we are targeting. More donors can be called. I think that engagement, if it happens, then really it's not with other institutes. I tell you, we have no funding at all. It's very difficult to call a person for a talk. So I feel, I think these are some points, and especially do hard work at the initial stages, 5 years, 10 years, work hard, get specialized in an area. I think you can go to any CSR. Like yesterday, my student called, sir, I have an interview with Tata Trust. I said, go ahead. So he slogged, like last 10 years, he has been working and he improved his degree. He went abroad to do a master's. Now he has come back and now he is eligible to become a Tata Trust level person who is going to manage water sanitation. I said, that's how it works. That is more stable. Placement is about, it's only a initial small गाड़ी को धक्का लगाते हैं ना वैसा ही है. Don't think that that's life. Placement is just to give you an initial slot, but there is a lot of life beyond it, and your competencies matters. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I think you highlight. I think that's more of a reality check for us in terms of how to. But you highlight some very important points. One, the jobs are with implementing agencies rather than CSR companies, because that's where bulk of work's happening. And jobs in the open market are more, which require a little bit more skill than probably the entry level skills. And I think you were saying that CSR definitely has like broader opportunity but requires specialization. So sir, I think I'll come to Professor and Head CPGS. So how are you, and at the other end, I think you will always have students coming up to you from both the courses 2 years, that at least I've been hearing that for last 4-5 batches, that we need better placements, we need, the CSRs can pay more, etc. So when there is a reality in the market which requires this, how are you trying to, what are the mechanisms in which you are trying to, really, put students in there, one. Second, sir, what are your challenges? Like, Dr. Shaktivel shared about, how this is done in TIS. What are your challenges, sir, and how do you see alumni actually stepping up for students in this cause?
Yeah, I think our coordinator is asking very good questions. First, he asked, what is this practical strategy? And now he is asking me, what is your challenges? Placing our students in a better places. So I'll take maybe 5 minutes to tell my challenges and that what is my, I just thought of, doing some introspection. What's my experience in this? I joined in CPGS. In 2003, when I started my career, January 1st, my first assignment was to study the backward and forward linkages of private ports in Gujarat. Adani, Reliance, Hazira, all these are private captive ports. And study the backward linkages and forward linkages of this. And this project was funded by the Maritime Board. And my interaction was mostly with the CSR group of these companies, CSR, what they are doing it. That was my. Then that point I realized that it's more claim than the reality, what they are doing, So they are claiming many things, but it's not there. Then I just thought, why is it happening? Because the company stands for maximizing the profit. That is the idea of the company. They want to maximize whether it is Adani or Reliance or Hazira. They want to maximize the profit. But the CSR part is not for maximizing the profit. It is to attend the responsibility, to maximize the social good. The people working in that area are underpaid as compared to the people working in corporate sector. Always there is a tendency to move towards corporate sector rather than to the corporate social responsibility sector. This was the reality I realized that time point. Now you said that from 2030 onwards it's mandatory. There's an act, right? Yeah, now it is compulsory. So the government intervention is there. You should ensure that simply, you should do what we mean by CSR. You should pull and do it that. This is a greater opportunity and a context today that. What challenge I am facing today? I don't know much about what they really want. I don't have a good network here with any of the CSR. Madam is sitting here from GMR. I don't know, you know about what we are doing it here. I don't have any network. In the absence of a network, what strategy I can think here? I think it is a responsibility to develop a network. I think your alumni can contribute into it, how the network can be strengthened with the different CSR agencies in the country. Strengthening network is the first step, I feel, as a part of the strategy. The second thing is what they really want, what type of knowledge they want, what type of skill they want. They are corporates. They are moving at a high speed. And that same speed we are not moving. We are very slow. We are academicians. We are, still thinking of philosophy and things like that. Our movement, it's a slow. They are moving to, artificial intelligence, machine learning, so many things. They are doing it. Their speed of development is much higher. How do you match the speed and how we contribute, what they really need it. Therefore, we can supply that. Accordingly, we should modify my syllabus and I have to modify 70% of the things I feel we should provide to the skill development rather than the simple knowledge and philosophy. That they need it. They may learn ethics, but CSR activity, once they go, they should keep that in mind, not for practical purposes, but they need 70% of skill and 30% of knowledge on that. So that linkage, between these two agencies and institutionalize that, what you can do in institutionalizing that is very important. With that word, I stop it here. Thank
you. So you highlight some very important points, sir. I think the point of network keeps coming back to us, and whether it's fundraising, whether it's business development, whether it's placements, it's all about those networks and relationships, because people invest in people, sir. And you make a very important point of alumni actually reaching out with providing that kind of network, sir. If I have to come to you, ma'am, having heard probably this side of the story, how do you engage with institutes, and what kind of skills and requirements do you have in next 3-5 years? so that institutes like us, who have very strong government policy understanding, institutional understanding of working institutions, as well as strong project management experience also. How are you seeing it from your own company's perspective, or the challenges that corporate sector has?
Thank you for asking good questions. Good morning, everyone. Actually, I was listening to all the panel members and they were talking about their challenges. And I thought I will also discuss about our challenges as CSR implementing organizations so that you will understand what is that in store for us actually, what is that we are struggling with. So one thing I wanted to tell is before going into mentioning about our challenges, I'll just briefly tell about GMR CSR organization, CSR work that we do, so that you will understand the background, then we will get into the challenges. So I represent GMR Varalakshmi Foundation, which is the implementing agency, CSR implementing agency for GMR group of companies. GMR Group is known for its airport operations, but GMR Group is also into other infrastructure development projects. The company is running, actually operating highways. It is also into power sector. There are both thermal and hydropower plants. And it is also into special economic zones. The company is also having one railway project. So there are a lot of infrastructure projects that the company is handling with. And GMR Varalakshmi Foundation has to fulfill the CSR commitments for all these companies. So we are mandated to fulfill not just MCA's guidelines or MCA commitments. We are also have to fulfill the guidelines given by concerned ministries. For example, in the GMR highways, the CSR is expected to also meet the requirements or guidelines set by NHAI, National Highways Authority of India. So similarly for the coal thermal projects, hydro projects, the concerned ministry sets up some environmental or social commitment for us which we need to fulfill. So CSR implementation is becoming extremely complex and challenging. So I thought I actually put together some complexities for all of you to understand the CSR implementation. See, there are different models of CSR implementation, as you are aware. There are some companies which are doing CSR through their own foundations, like us. We have our own foundation. We implement our CSR activities through our foundation. We don't go outside and support external NGOs, and also we don't depend on any implementing agency for our projects. We have our own professional staff, and we implement direct programs on ground. And there are some companies which implement CSR activities through external NGOs. And there are some companies which implement CSR activities through a small CSR department within the company. So that CSR department handles the CSR activities, whatever they want to do. So this CSR department also varies actually from company to company. In some companies, they are setting up a separate CSR department. But in some companies, either corporate relations department or corporate communications department handling the CSR business also. And also in some companies, HR department only doing CSR. Recently, I went to Medan Airport in Indonesia to support the airport operating company there in developing some CSR strategy. And there the Ankasapura is the airport operating agency. So the finance department is handling their CSR. They don't have any other separate CSR department. So two guys from finance department is handling entire CSR activity for the company. So like that, different companies have different approaches for implementing CSR. When it comes to the implementation, as I said, there are a lot of compliance requirements that are coming up. One is related to MCA guidelines or related to the Companies Act. There are a lot of things that we have to fulfill. There are a lot of reports that we have to submit. There is a lot of complexity in terms of implementation and also reporting. So that is one thing. And there are companies, almost all the private companies are listed on stock exchange. So there are certain SEBI regulations that we need to follow. SEBI also asks us for BRSR report every year, business responsibility and social responsibility report. Earlier it was called as BRR report. Now they are calling it as BRSR report. So in that report also we have to disclose how responsibly the company is doing the business, what are the social responsibility commitments that company is fulfilling. So this is one thing we have to comply every year. And there are some compliance requirements from the investors. So the company is not running on its own. There are a lot of other companies investing within the company. So the investors also putting us some restrictions or asking us to fulfill certain commitments. I'll give you one example. We have a power plant in Orissa, and International Finance Corporation has invested in that power plant, and they have certain performance standards which the company has to fulfill. Wherever they invest, the investee company has to fulfill those performance standards. So one of those performance standards for us is livelihood restoration of project affected communities. So for setting up of the power plant, about 1500 to 1600 families gave up their land. So we have to, within 3 years, we have to restore their livelihood, and we have to ensure that they get the income at least matching with the previous income that they are getting before the plant coming up. So that is the performance standard set by them, and we had to complete that project, restoration of livelihood for 1500 families who gave up their land. Now they don't have land. Some of them have gave part of their land, but part of their land was still with them. So
come to the how move from the challenges bit. I think what
yeah,
students
that
here
I
want
will
to
come.
Actually hear, probably given this context, given this these challenges, and which basically means that you require a kind of an expertise
I'm
in
coming to
project
that.
affected. So
I'm coming to that.
Ma'am, I just rephrase my question, ma'am.
Yeah.
So I think let me rephrase it. So ma'am, what we want to hear from you is that how do you recruit, or how do we actually work with a center here which definitely understands the requirements of project affected people? They understand rural development in this.
Yes.
So is there an outreach from your department to tap into certain skills networks already existing here? And are you making that effort to reach out? And if not, how can we have these MOUs and CSR talks, or what are those strategies in which you can work with us?
Yeah.
I'm being direct, but sorry. Yeah,
yeah, no problem.
That's what
I am giving all this as a context only.
Sure.
Why it has become complex, and why we need a certain level of maturity in terms of skills. And this is the very reason that CSR organizations are not much interested in recruiting freshers. That is the reason I am telling all this context actually. There are compliance requirements related to ESG reporting, environmental social governance reporting. And as I said, concerned ministries, departments also have certain guidelines. Even customers also putting us some performance requirements we have to fulfill. Given all this complexity in terms of CSR implementation, we need people with certain levels already, certain experience, and also certain level of maturity in handling multiple projects and also managing stakeholders. So stakeholder management is an extremely important skill that we need. It's not just implementing rural development program. We need somebody who has that conflict resolution, stakeholder management skills. And when it comes to your question of reaching out to the institutions, educational institutions, we are not proactively reaching out to the institutions, but institutions are reaching out to us to give some opportunities for their students. Like, for example, for BITS Pilani, they reach out to us every year for internships for their students. They do 2 months internships every year, about 2 months internship they are doing. And also some institutions are reaching out to us. We are associated with them for implementing, for doing some field surveys and also impact assessment studies. We worked with University of Goa Social Work Department for
Ma'am,
conducting need
I'll have to.
assessment studies.
I think the organizers are actually we're short on
Time,
time.
yeah.
So, ma'am, we got your point. I think the need is there, but the skill requirements high. Let me go to all the people who had joined us online, and Mr. Murugesan, Dr. Murugesan sir. If I have to come to you, you've been here and handled CSRs. And you often talk to a lot of public sector undertakings. A lot of alumni are actually connected to Dr. Murugesan, and have the. So, how do you see it from NERC there? What kind of already skills and networks already exist, sir, within NIRD? And how can the Center for Postgraduate Studies tap into the CSR Center, tap into other centers as well as alumni? Your thoughts, sir? Sir, and sorry for taking a little longer, but we have just 5-7 minutes, sir. Yeah. Dr. Murugesan, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, friends. Good afternoon. I'm very happy that you are organized in the second year in our campus. Am I audible now?
Sir, you are audible, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon to all. And thanks for giving me this opportunity for contacting you through wire. And obviously, I was planning to come over there to Hyderabad, but I couldn't because of the other commitments. And I requested the organizer to put it in VC. So thank you very much once again. Now the thing is, we produce candidates every year, and when I compare with, I have a little bit jealous on Irma Anand Gujarat. See, their students are being accommodated and they are being given highly valued, but whereas my students are not given. Why? Because it may be from my side, our curriculum might have been not in the proper side. Still, we need to give a special focus on curriculum and our development. And one more thing is, while getting the placements, since we are trained in NIRD, we are not educated in NIRD, we are depending on the rural development department and other segments. But CSR is a very good area and in a pitching area to provide opportunities for our own students. Obviously, our students are only rightly fit for the sector, the companies also. But we are not publicized ourselves. We are not informed outside the world. Within the like frog in the well, we are sitting here itself. We need exposure to all other companies, but as per us, my role, whether I was directly associated with the CPGS or not, I was helping the people to put in CSR companies. Like when Dr. Akansha Kuchla madam approached me for putting our students in placement mode, I immediately have contacted NMDC and I appointed 5 people over there. We have accommodated. I think now they are all continuing their work with NMDC. The only minus point is mines, corporate companies, there are only in the remote areas. So that is the limitation. Otherwise, job-wise, PPC, everything they are not getting, and they are also recently accommodated in the places also. So thanks to NFDC for considering my word. Similarly, and now I'm developing a very good roadmap with All India Limited. It has a largest company in India. It produces coal and it is having a lot of profits. It has very much opportunities also. They also create a platform for our own students and Oil India Limited is an artist also I'm developing it. Oil India, Assam Oil, and more. Moligar refineries. I'm also my contact. and definitely I would support the students, my people in IDPR. It's to only thing, just 2 years back, I got to the our syllabus of our students, but I didn't satisfied. I don't know. Maybe because of 2 years, you might have been improved it. For our curriculum, for our pattern, we have the industry experts also, particularly the CSR experts also. They will know we are running.
Sir, I think sir, I think your audio is not clear, sir. So your audio is not clear. Yeah, yeah, sir, I think we'll fix the audio till that time. I'll just, sir, but we got your point, sir. I think what you were saying is that, we'll probably have to look at the curriculum and, what kind of additional skills maybe, we can take. And sorry, Murugesan sir, while we fix this, I'll just take the opportunity to go back to Sahara, batch 16. From SBI Foundation, who's joined us online, and there are actually, I saw at some point of time 12 people had joined. Sarah, to Murugesan sir's point on, skills, when you went into SBI Foundation and now, being there for last 2 years and seeing your juniors, what are the skills that you feel that, you require there, and, what kind of those skills can we incubate into the program? Sarah, can you hear us?
Yes, good afternoon everyone. Am I audible to everyone?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, thank you Ranishji for this opportunity, and welcome to everyone, all the alumni and dignitaries and all the dear professors there in NIDPR. So to the question, to be very brief and crisp, so initially I was posted for the Odisha Livelihood Missions. I have been there for 2 years, and then it's been more than 1.5 years in SBI Foundation as an assistant manager. I'm leading here for 2-3 states, direct program implementation from corporate center SBI. As an assistant manager, I'm in handling certain holistic rural development projects and certain like health projects also recently. And what Nanaji asked, the skills, I will say, first we should immerse in the field at the block level, mostly if you can get. That will be very exciting to learn the things, listening with the different government departments, the government schemes. That is very necessary skills that you will require when you are at the CSR platform at the junior management level, because you will be implementing certain projects, you will be developing certain projects in line with the government schemes, and to inline your CSR focus areas to bridge the gap between the implementation and the government policies that has been envisioned. So that is one. And since as the new policies of CSR also has been changed, so more kind of impact driven initiatives has to be taken up with less reporting and more kind of impact oriented monitoring. So yes, so data driven things and data driven skills that has to be also taken up during the course of professional career, so that you can envision certain projects and you can formulate certain or develop certain projects in line with the SDG goals, impact indicators, and other factors that has been derived with the various research papers or data-driven initiatives. Yeah, so that is one. And later on the stage, what I will suggest is like you should go like 2 years you should spend at least as a core implementation, and then at the handling of the CSR, and then you should proceed for the as a level of consultancy or the policy reform thing. Yeah, that will be from my side. Thank you.
Thanks, Sahara, speaking directly from the field. I think very immensely valuable inputs. I'll just ask the organizers if we have time, or any questions we have. We have 5 minutes. Okay. So any questions from this? You can just introduce. Yeah, ma'am. Yeah.
I wanted to add before going to the question to Sir actually mentioned about networking with CSR organizations. You are not able to crack that. So, sir, there are already industry bodies like Confederation of Indian Industry, FICCI, where we regularly meet. Even the CSR organizations regularly meet in the forums organized by CII. So that is maybe one beginning point for you. You can get in touch with CII. You can start attending the CII meetings, and so that your network will build. That is one thing I wanted to mention. Another point about the skills that are needed and that to be included in the curriculum, as I mentioned, all these things like ESG reporting, all these ESG related aspects, also SEBI guidelines, national voluntary guidelines, all these things I'm not sure whether they are already part of your curriculum or not, but these are all important for CSR organizations. So it is important to include these points in the curriculum. So that is one thing. One more point I wanted to mention is Sir spoke about specialists. You get some specialized knowledge. We need both generalists and specialists. Actually, in some organizations, we want people who are actually can do everything. I handle CSR for one highway. Across the highway stretch, we have only one staff implementing the CSR program in the areas of education, health, road safety, many things supported by some field staff. So I want him to deliver everything. So we need both generalists and also specialists to implement some specialized programs. So these points I wanted to mention. Thank you.
Thank you, Bharti ma'am. Very, very, very useful points, ma'am. I think every student here in CPGS faculty and esteemed panelists have taken note of it, ma'am. I think just two questions, and we'll just wind up in next 3 minutes. In case there are some last-minute thoughts, we can take that, and in 5 minutes we can just close.
Okay. Hello, ma'am. My name is Satish. My question is towards GMR is also running emergency medical response system. So, if we are seeing the present system which is running, so there needs to be a few additions in our perspective where we see the society. So, if the organizations or the corporates who are running their foundations, there needs to be a policy and advocacy from our side, the suggestions. So how can we pitch in towards that? So suppose example, I feel that there is a...
Satish, can you keep the question brief? Because
I'm just summing up. So there is a system of a need where ambulance signal clearing system. So ambulance के clearing system को ज़रूरत है अभी जो metro cities में. So how can we pitch into the foundations which they are running their foundations? So I just wanted to hear from you.
Would you like to take that?
Yeah. It's not just specific to that specific need. I can in general mention that institutions like NIRD can have a consultancy cell where you can offer such services to the CSR organizations. You can make a profile and send to us. Mostly we go by community need assessment. So we don't go with our own ideas to the field. So wherever we are working, we do need assessment study in the community. And if such need arises and we don't have expertise in that area, we definitely take support. But we don't know whom to approach, right? So if you can make a profile with the kind of skill sets that you can offer and share with the corporates, they may definitely approach you when such need arises.
Great. I saw a hand there. Yeah. Please be brief.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. So my question is that like we are taking a discussion is going on about CSR. So what major steps can be taken by the institute so we can promote, like we can attract more CSR placements for the NIDPR students, and what different types of sets of skills can be developed by the students to attract the CSRs for their placements?
I think we have discussed that. So very quickly, on the behalf of panelists, I can summarize. So I think there's a clear need of looking at curriculum. That's, I think, one bit of it. Data analysis, data-driven thing. I think impact-driven and holistic development are some key themes that are emerged. The second bit is is the networking bit. How can we have at least a calendar of 10 people, one visiting every month, and the students actually taking that ownership, like the TIS experience, and the network actually developing. So that's the second aspect, and that will provide us information on on specialization, on various other things. And of course, I think thought leadership in terms of if the national policy comes out, if there is an approach paper that comes out wherein, we can provide that kind of, and like ma'am said, consulting services that we are trying to provide. If we project ourselves, I think these are 3-4 areas in which we can make ourselves more visible. That's what is coming out of the panel. Yeah. Yeah. Sir, anything you would like to add to this? Yeah, repetition. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I think we've had a long panel. Thank you all for patiently listening to all of this. Thank you to all members who've joined us online. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you everyone for joining us online and for this wonderful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for this insightful session. I would like to call Suren sir to facilitate Bharti ma'am. Suren sir, please. Give them. As a token of gratitude, I will also like to call Shashidhar sir to present a memento to Shashidhar sir to present memento to Dr. S. Ramesh sir. Dr. S.
I would like to show our special thanks to our sponsors. I would request Jyotis sir to facilitate our memento for the sponsor Spunk.
There is also the alumni, sir. Also sponsoring.
I would like to call Devopriya sir on stage to Shashidhar S. Ramesh sir to present memento to our other sponsor, MAITRI. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. So we would like you to stay back for the next panel discussion.
Going to vigilance meeting.
Okay, thank you.
But what is the next panelist?
Sir, it is from our Andrew Miller. I request everyone else to stay here. We are going to please be seated. And now moving forward towards our next panel discussion, which will be on the topic, which will be for us only, for our NIRD students on future career perspectives, latest trends, which for the panel discussion, I would like to call our panel members, Suren sir, founder of Punk NGO. Please give them a big round of applause. Shashidekha ma'am, consultant R&D CIARD. Ma'am, please. Aditi Kumari ma'am from our B17 batch. She is a project officer and working in digital green. And I would like to call Rahul Parmar from our B3 batch. He is a Sarpanch in Madhya Pradesh from Palatwadar village. I would also like to call Chandranshu sir from our B3 batch. Okay. Chandranshu sir. Okay. And I would like to call our moderators also, Ashutosh and Mahendra Reddy sir. Mahendra Reddy sir, please. Ashutosh sir.
From batch 4.
Batch 4.
We'll wait for Chandranshu, sir. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome, Chandranshu, sir. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I think at least this session we would have and request you more to be participative, yeah? Because at least now we have all the dignitaries not on the stage and these all are people. So no cross talk, yeah, that would help. Now maybe this session would be much importance to the people who are already doing the course because they are looking at better job perspectives. Maybe I have different opinions with the CSR, we'll come to that in terms of the understanding the latest trends. But the people are already working. They're already working somewhere. They may not be happy working in the sector. They might see what holds future in the sector. If somebody working in the skill sector is still a future. When the government or UPA government did start the work in 2011, it was a predominantly big thing in the country. But today, is it relevant? Do we need to speak about skills more? हमें ब्यूटी सैलून का ट्रेनिंग्स देना है, हमें हेयर कटिंग का सैलून देना है, हमें टेलर का ट्रेनिंग्स देना है. Is it relevant still? Maybe we have a more longer panel. They'll be help us to explore on all this. And what all the job prospects? If this does not works out, क्या future है? What holds for all of us? What holds for the people who have experience? They have different kind of issues to come up with. What holds for the people who are coming into the sector? So they have different challenges. They're paying a lot of money. They don't know how, and the salaries are not as per the inflation. The program cost remains same. When I studied, it was 3 lakhs. Today it is 3 lakhs. But in terms of the money I get, I joined Odisha with 30,000. Today the same people joined with 35,000. So maybe 35, 40,000. Are we able to match up with the inflation? भाई 7% भी इन्फ्लेशन हम लोग लगाएंगे, क्या हमारा जॉब सही में है? तो ये हमें फ्रेशर्स को समझना इम्पोर्टेंट है. We especially the post-COVID situation where a lot of people are investing into stocks, investing into mutual funds. Investing is a big topic post-COVID. So in that context, how do we see our jobs? Are they being more relevant to the market? Are we paid better? Then if not, where should we join? Then global fellowships. So what are the opportunities within the country and what are the opportunities abroad also? Then maybe are we only looking at seeking jobs? हमें job चाहिए, किसी के पास मांगने जाना है क्या? Can we not create jobs? So that was also some point of discussion with the panel. And beyond all this, maybe a round of applause to all the panel members. And we are happy that we have somebody very senior like ma'am, who is working with the government. Sir, who has started his own NGO. Then Chandranshu sir, who is leading not just the work at the India level, now he has moved to leading the work at global level. Now she is working with digital green, maybe current trend in the market of technology and how agriculture can be blend. And big round of applause to Rahul, who has started his political career. I must not say political career,
But I think NID has become a foundation for him to contest in the local body elections back home. And he won that, and he is looking for support from all of us so that he can do something back home. Yeah? Now maybe before I go to the panelists, and I just wanted to set some more context. So this is the larger thing we all wanted to discuss. But where do we stand? And one, in terms of the post, we are doing this event post-COVID. Yes? So just before the COVID, we did the MAITRI 1.0 around Feb, March, and post that we entered into COVID. COVID, lot of sectors suffered badly. If businesses suffer, we suffer, right? Any industry suffers, the first sector that need to be suffering is development sector. So lot of changes have come post-COVID, and lot of businesses are yet to recover. So if businesses are yet to recover, understand where are we? Where are we in terms of the social sector? So this is the first context we are coming, that post-COVID, this is the first kind of event we are doing, and we are looking at everything from a lens of post-COVID. Job also, enterprise, any project. Project funds are shrinking. The CSRs, I would have appreciated if the panel could have discussed, or somebody from your end asked question on the CSR funds are badly shrinking. Lot of money went to Pradhan Mantri ji. Lot of money from the CSR kitty went to PM funds, and that was the need of the hour, and the CSRs as a social responsibility, they supported the cause of the government. So if you look at the budget of CSR, 8,000 to 10,000 crore, that is coming down badly. Second, there are more tighter regulations from the government that you don't need to have more than 5% of admin. So we are looking at that 5% of jobs. 8 to 10,000 crore, 5% of that should be admin. Do we really need to look at that kind of jobs? 95% of the money is going into project, 5% of the money is into admin. So हमें वहाँ job चाहिए क्या? We need to think. Then the second is global economic crisis is coming up, big way. हम लोग हर रोज पेपर में पढ़ रहे हैं, न्यूज़ में सुन रहे हैं. Somebody of our relative stays in the European Union countries or the United States. We are hearing on a daily basis that they are in a bad shape. So this we need to appreciate the current context. So India, people are saying, is in a better condition. We don't know how deep the well is. So we are just saying that हमें अंधेरा में तीर मार रहा है, ये क्या है? So we need to understand the second context. Third, this is much more relevant to us, is the global conflicts. Either the Russia-Ukraine war is creating a lot of problems. That is creating a lot of problems in terms of unrest. More people are engaged towards the war zones. Then food security is a question. Ukraine feeds, in terms of statistics, you can check at Google, Ukraine feeds a lot of countries. Ukraine is the world's largest wheat producer and exporter. If wheat exporters are hit badly, what will be the situation? This is important for us to understand in our context. Then other context, now the South Korea, North Korea are also coming up. China is big way. China, Taiwan is coming into big way. In this context, we are operating. So this also would affect the job market. And first job market that would affect is the development market. Maybe if there is a crisis, we may have opportunity to handle the crisis, but do we need to have those kind of works? The last thing is climate change. So climate change is big way coming up. We do all this tamasha, war, global economic crisis, post-COVID situation. Climate change is hitting hard very badly. More or less every step we do is being affected by climate change. So ये सबसे बड़ा चौथा context है, which I feel when the panel discuss in terms of the jobs and job markets, fellowships, then we need to incline towards the market condition. If I need to do a fellowship, should I do towards climate change? Should I do towards doing something starting of my own? So I just thought these are some relevant points given the market context outside. All the esteemed panel members should look into, and as an audience, you need to look into and ask questions around that thinking. So without further delay, I've taken a little bit more time to set the context, but I would request the honorable panel members to just introduce themselves and where do they come from, what is the kind of work they are doing, so that you also can put relevant questions to them as well. Yeah, over to you, Rahul.
Thank you, Mother. First of all, I would like to thank our alma mater, NID and PR, for giving me opportunity to share our experience and what we are going to do in future. As a part and parcel of NID and PR. Myself, Rahul Parmar, and I stammer sometime. So I will take little bit more time. So kindly give me some time to speak. Yeah. Thank you. And that's why I am here. Because all are with me. Before joining NID Rural Development course, I was working for Rajasthan State Electricity Board. I spent there my 4 years. And after that, I want to do something better for my village. Because what I am today, all the things are given by my village poor men that are work for us in our field. And from where we earn money, and from that money, I and my family make up my life. So, after completing my course, I also placed in an NGO working in Jharkhand. But due to some issue, I am unable to join that. So I started working in my village. So after 7 years of working with my people, when the पंचायत इलेक्शन came, तो उन्होंने सबने बोला कि आपका काम करने का तरीका अलग है, because हाँ, no one can fool us in the rural development के जो भी इशू हैं उसमें हमको कोई मतलब जो भी वहाँ सेक्रेटरी होते हैं या जो भी रिस्पॉन्सिबल पर्सन है वो हमको मतलब वो हमको बुद्धू नहीं बना सकते हैं कि ये चीज़ नहीं होती यहाँ पे, ये चीज़ नहीं होती है. तो ये पावर मुझे यहाँ से मिला. तो सभी को लगा कि हाँ ये नॉलेजेबल है और जो पॉवर्टी ऑफ नॉलेज है, पॉवर्टी ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन है, तो उसको दूर करके गांव के लिए कुछ कर सकते हैं. सो उन्होंने फिर मुझे एज ए सरपंच इलेक्ट किया और ये चुनाव मैं बिना लिक्कर से और बिना पैसों से चुनाव जीता हूँ. मतलब मैंने एक बूंद मैंने और जो मेरे सपोर्टर थे कि उन्होंने एक लिक्कर का एक बूंद भी किसी को नहीं पिलाया है और ना 1 रुपया दिया है किसी को. तो ये पावर NID एंड PR का है कि हम ये भरोसा उनमें जगा पाए कि अगर आप पैसे और लिक्कर को छोड़ देंगे तो सही मायनों में डेवलपमेंट होगा. थैंक यू.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, first of all, I want to say that I feel myself very fortunate to sit beside such expert people. Like, they are very much experienced than me and working in different sectors, working from years. So, I am very new to them, and I think I don't have much to speak, but what I have experienced in a very less time that I want to share with you guys. So recently I have joined Digital Green Organization, which is a global NGO, and I am placed in Jharkhand state working as a project officer in that organization. And the organization is working in a video based approach. The purpose is to reach smallholder farmers, India and across the world, in terms of technology and data. So I'll share much about it. So let's introduce with the other guys, then I'll speak more about it. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon to all. Actually, I'm Shashireka, working as a consultant in Center for Internal Audit in Rural Development at NIRDPR. Of course, I'm from first batch. Since my completion of PGDRDM course, I'm associated with NIRDPR only. I'm not having much experience outside. Before that, I worked with NGOs, of course. But after completion of PGDRDM course, I'm continuing with NIRDPR. Okay, thank you.
गुड आफ्टरनून ऑल। मेरा नाम सुरेंद्र कुमार है और मैं बैच 3 का स्टूडेंट हूँ। मैं हिंदी में इसलिए बोलना चाह रहा हूँ कि ताकि काफ़ी लोग होते हैं कि जो बोलना चाहते हैं लेकिन किसी कारण पर बोल नहीं पाते। तो मैं चाहता हूँ लैंग्वेज इज नॉट ए बैरियर, वी शुड फर्स्ट कम्युनिकेट, इंटरेक्ट ईच अदर, देन ओनली वी कैन नो, वी कैन हेल्प ईच अदर। अगर मैं बात करूँ मेरी जर्नी की, तो मैंने अपना कैरियर स्टार्ट किया था एनजीओ से। नो डाउट एनआईडी में हमने काफ़ी चीज़ें सीखी है, काफ़ी डीप नॉलेज लिया है, काफ़ी लोगों से हमें एक्सपोजर मिला है। उसको जब हम एक स्टेप आगे लेके जाते हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं उस नॉलेज को हमें ग्राउंड पे लेके जाना होता है। उस नॉलेज को मैंने एनजीओ के माध्यम से काफ़ी स्टेट में काम किया है। मैंने नेशनल लेवल मॉनिटरिंग भी की है, काफ़ी स्कीम्स की, काफ़ी जो प्रोजेक्ट थे उनके लिए बेसलाइन स्टडी भी किया है। काफ़ी एनजीओ को मैंने इवैल्यूएशन और उसमें जो मॉनिटरिंग जो फीडबैक है वो भी दिए हैं। तो उस सब से मैंने काफ़ी लर्निंग लिया। कहते हैं ना कि आपको किताबों से क्या मिला है वो एक प्रोस्पेक्ट है, दूसरा आपने अपने नॉलेज को कैसे एनहेंस किया है, दैट इज़ द सेकेंड प्रोस्पेक्ट। पैरेलली ड्यूरिंग द 8 years in NGO I created the network, also understand the gap and also understand the learning opportunity which are exist surrounding you. And slowly in 2015 I have created my own organization named पंख। नाम भी यूनिक हमने इसलिए रखा है क्योंकि पंख इस सब को, मतलब जो अपॉर्चुनिटी एग्जिस्ट करती है उसको कैसे हम अंडर प्रिविलेज तक लिंक करें, कैसे हम गैप्स को अपॉर्चुनिटी में कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं। मैं काफ़ी फॉर्चुनेट हूँ कि जब कोविड हुआ था, कोविड में हमने लगभग 55,000 लोगों को सपोर्ट किया है। वो मुझे लगता है कि ये मेरी ब्लेसिंग्स है सभी टीचर्स की, सभी की, कि हम कर पाए। 2018 में जब मैंने छोड़ा और उसके बाद में जब मैंने रन किया, कोविड के टाइम पे मैंने अपना जॉब क्विट किया, ये सोच के कि नहीं ऐसे नहीं, मनी नो डाउट इज इम्पोर्टेंट कंपोनेंट फॉर एवरीवन, बट उसके अलावा भी आपको देखना पड़ेगा कि आप क्या कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हो। काफ़ी लोग ऐसे हैं जिनको नॉलेज नहीं है, एजुकेशन नहीं है, उनको सपोर्ट गाइडेंस उनकी रिक्वायरमेंट है। अगर हम भी आज डिग्री लेके भी ये सोचेंगे कि मेरा जॉब सिक्योर हो जाए, मुझे कोई सपोर्ट कर दे, तो यार हमें और जो नॉन इलिटरेट है जिनको नीडी है उनको हमें क्या गैप हो जाएगा। तो उसी को गैप को समझते हुए पंख का हमने इस्टेब्लिशमेंट किया और मैं काफ़ी मतलब खुश हूँ ये शेयर करते हुए कि अभी हम 7 स्टेट में काम कर रहे हैं। मेरी जो टीम है लगभग 70+ लोगों की टीम है और हम एफपीओ फॉर्मेशन से लेके उसका कैसे हम वैल्यू चेन पे हम उस काम कर रहे हैं, कैसे बैकवर्ड लिंकेजेस फॉरवर्ड लिंकेजेस के थ्रू इंश्योर कर रहे हैं कि उनकी इनकम जो स्टेगनेट हो गई है कहीं, उसको कैसे हम प्रमोट कर सकें। वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट स्पेशली मैं ये बोलना चाहूँगा हाईलाइट करते हुए, क्योंकि कोविड के टाइम पे काफ़ी फैमिली में अनफॉर्चुनेट हुआ, काफ़ी डेथ हुई है पेरेंट्स की किसी की, तो हमने उन लड़कियों को आइडेंटिफाई किया, उनको ट्रेनिंग दी, उनको वो प्लेटफॉर्म दिया ताकि वो अपनी फैमिली को सपोर्ट कर सके। तो काफ़ी ऐसी चीज़ें हमने की है, वो जब भी कर पाए जब आपका ऑब्जेक्टिव और आप कुछ करने के लिए सोचोगे। एंड दिस इज माई स्मॉल इंट्रोडक्शन। थैंक यू।
Great. So, guys, I'm Chandranshu and I am from the PGDRDM Batch 3. And I work with Helpage International as a portfolio manager for one of the technical portfolios of the organization. And Helpage is an international charity which has its headquarters in London, and we work in, say, approximately 150 countries as on date. And when it comes to my work profile at Helpage, we have had a restructuring recently, and there have been 4 technical portfolios that have been formed, and I manage one of these technical
ऊपर रखिए
portfolios.
सर माइक
I manage one of these technical portfolios, which focuses on income security, social protection, livelihoods of older people. Yeah, so in the interest of time, I think I'll stop here and
No,
give it back
we'll
to
just
Mani.
start shooting questions. So the first question would be, you have the mic, so we'll ask you only. So because a lot of students have this running through their mind. क्या हम NID पढ़ाई करके फिर और पढ़ाई करना चाहिए? Should we do the NID course and still do something? You are comfortable in helpage. You are more or less having a permanent job. So what pushed you to do some course outside? और आपको लगा कि क्या course पढ़ना चाहिए? One is what motivated after working for 8-9 years. What pushed you to do that kind of course? Yeah, the second question is, maybe should I start working somewhere, gain some experience, then again do some relearning kind of a thing? Or should I immediately get into academics or more learning environment? Yeah. Meanwhile, the answer. So, if there are some things apart from these questions you want to ask, please be prepared so that you will be given a chance to ask. Sir, over to you.
Thank you so much, Mahi. So basically, what I would.
Sir, थोड़ा सा.
Okay. I hope I am audible now.
थोड़ा सा बोलना पड़ेगा सर.
Yeah. Okay.
थोड़ा सा.
So, I would, rather than focusing on exactly on my journey, I think I would respond to this with the, 2, 3 W's: what, why, when. I think that's the whole crux of this question. And Mahindra, please, feel free to tell if I am crossing your time limit according to your planning. So, first thing, I think I would firstly relate to it to the placements. That is the first question, which I think, anybody, especially I think in Indian education sector, when anybody joins a course, any MBAs or any bachelor's degrees, I think everybody thinks that where will we get placed. So just to add on to my introduction, like after doing my PGDRDM in 2010, I had joined an organization called Batronics India Limited. Then I have moved on to Helpage India. I have worked there for 7 years on rural livelihoods and disaster management. And after that, I had done my master's in development studies from Institute of Development Studies as a World Bank scholar. And after that, I told you I work with Helpage International. So, when it comes to international education, the first question that comes to our mind is placements. So, when you think about it, or any one of you think about it, I would always say that when you go abroad, in Indian institutions, we have this idea of having placement week, placement cells and everything. In foreign countries, especially UK, where I studied, there is technically no placement week. Nobody talks about placement there. So that is something, which might be slightly disappointing to many of you, that, how come nobody is talking about placement? So the education system in India and other countries, especially like I would keep it in contrast with the UK because I have studied there, they focus on building your skills. Nobody would, they would talk about that where will you work after 1 year or 2 years of your course, but they focus on developing your skills. When you choose your electives, you would have introductory sessions from each and every lecturer who would be leading that particular elective, who would be leading that particular subject. and a bunch of teachers come in and introduce themselves to the student that, okay, listen, in the next trimester, in the next 3 months, this is what we are going to focus. And students actually listen and they select that which teacher and which course they want to choose in. So this is how it happens there. And I would say they, the administrative system, the logistical systems are, quite efficient there, which ensure that even if there is one student in the whole bunch of 200 or 500 students who wants to study an elective for which they don't have a faculty, they would ensure that you are able to pursue your interest. So like in my own case, I in one of my sustainability courses, I told my lecturer that I want to write my next paper on circular economy. So, but recently a faculty had resigned. They did not have anybody who can actually guide me over that process. But then they ensured they found out somebody and they brought that person for me. So when you think of going abroad or maybe another course after PGDRDM, not only abroad, even in India, you might think of going to ISB or any IIMs or IITs or any elite institutions. So there my recommendation would be that you think that what skills you have as on date. So I think now I'll move from why, between why and when. I'll be hovering around these two W's. So
So 1 minute.
okay. Yeah. So basically, when is a question which is something which might be problematic for many of us. Financial situations of each and every household, each and every family, every member present here might be different. But I would say go think of another degree after, once you do your PGDRDM. That's great. You have had a lot of learnings here. You have 23 line departments, I think, within an IRD. So go to the field and try to explore the reality. Means studying in institutions like this is always great, but going back to the ground, implementing your knowledge, what you have gained from here, and test it according to your perceptions. Make and develop your perceptions, and the knowledge that you gather from an IRD. I think it is important to test it and sharpen your skills. And using these skills is important. Like any of the panel members here or any of the dignitaries who presented today, I think what was important is over the time they have improved their skills, and there would be a time in your professional career when you would feel, no, my learning has stopped now. And this is the time when
That is the time you should go and study.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then the immediate question, sir. तो learning अपनी जगह पे है, knowledge अपनी जगह पे है, but बात पैसे की भी है ना. It is also about money, right? Huh?
I would
So
say.
yeah. So the question to you is, because you had that kind of situation in front of you. So on one hand, you need to spend money and come back. So will the market is ready to pay that kind of returns in order to do that kind of course? It would at least be cost us in the range of 20 to 40 lakhs. अब इंडिया में करेंगे तो और ज़्यादा है. तो उस context में is it only the scholarships the only route, or you look at some other financing mechanisms, or once if you spend your own money तो फिर the job opportunities will change, because for you the knowledge नहीं है. तब सवाल आती है कि break even, you need to repay the EMIs. So how did you go through that? Some on that.
So I
1
think-
minute, sir.
Yeah,
Short
I
and
would.
time.
Yeah, I would be brief here. But what I would say here is, money is always an aspect. But what is important is what is your river of life. Means if you have your objective, your vision clear, then you already know into 2022 that where do I want to reach in 2030, when I'll be like say 40 years or 50 years. So if you are able to have that river of life, your objectives clear, then I think your preparation starts from today itself. The day when you have prepared your river of life, it might be possible that you don't have a written vision like institutions like NIRD and all, but I'm sure you have some goal that, okay, at 50, I want to be at the front of a newspaper. I want to be, an administrative service officer. So your preparation should start from today. So, scholarships, fellowships will always be there, but my idea is that you prepare for your own future.
Yeah.
So scholarship, fellowships, there are a lot of opportunities. Everybody will see, if somebody is spending 30-40 lakh rupees on you, they would see what value you can generate. So at the end of the day, I would again close here that improve your skills and be useful to the market where you would be serving. So that's how I think path would be better. Obstacles would be there, but I'm sure you would be able to bridge them.
Thank you, sir. So, lot of us could have prepared the river of life. काफी लोगों ने बनाया है ना river of life. So yeah, some answer there. Yeah. Moving to Suren ji. So it has been tough. I think the other panel members are, at least apart from Rahul, he started his own journey. But for Suren sir, the other people, the job is fixed. We are being guaranteed about our own job. So 30 तारीख आती है तो एक दो दिन इधर उधर करके सैलरी आ जाती है ना. That was a comfortable job for you, working with RO Foundation. You were in a good senior managerial position, moving into the leadership roles. What वो तो जर्नी तो आपने बता दिया कि आप RO से निकल के फिर अपना शुरू किया है. But वो transition time होता है ना, leaving a comfortable job and starting your own. वो journey में can you just stress on that journey? Yeah.
Thank you, Maitri. In your life, somewhere you have to stop yourself, because when you plan something different, then you must understand yourself, where we are, what we want to do, and how we want to do. Then only you can able to take such tough decisions. I think after spending 8 years in my career in NGO, I found that understanding, and still I'm exploring how I can improve my organization at next level. Feedbacks, observations, knowledge, networking is very crucial in this segment, because if we are development professional, every day scenario is changing. Previously we are focusing about role development. After COVID responsive behavior, COVID responsive livelihood, educational pattern, work planning, many things. After spending the 8 years, I thought I have explored everything. Like I started my career as a project coordinator. Started one assignment in Assam. After completing that, I understand some integrity of the practical scenario, how we can lead the project, what are the different component. Planning is different. Like once we get into the implementation, then certain many things that has to be address, change, learn, and then we can improve slowly. Then monitoring perspective, because if some third person is coming to see your project, to understand your implementation, then you should also understand their prospect, how we can talk about the outcomes impact, because there always be a component return on investment. Because if we are talking about the social development, we are not focusing on that, but we must focus on that, because if we can see nowadays many startups, they are in picture, and they are mainly focusing on that, how they are making the investment, how they are making the vacuum point. If you are planning for your career, you must ensure that thing, then only you can plan betterly or effectively in your journey. I understood myself, explored whatever I can during my NGO time, and after that creating the linkages, knowledge, opportunity, understand what is the basic requirements from which I can initiate first step, and then parallelly I can initiate it. COVID I can, because in COVID many people they thought this is the pandemic and no opportunity, but personally I felt like pandemic played a important role to understand how you can play a vital role, create your existence, support the needy who really needs, how you can connect the gap. Because many people, they come forward to donate, but many person, they don't have food to eat. Many people, they don't have, money to travel or reach to their destination. So we just explored, intensely worked, and we connect the 55,000 people to, meet their basic requirements. Hmm? Then slowly we can explore, like nowadays, because in development, this is not a development like livelihood. Getting the livelihood is a development nowadays. Focusing on environment friendly behavior also one of the major component or essential component of the development. And also, like if we are talking about the farmers, if we are talking about the inflation, vegetable price hike, oil price hike, many things are there. So we should understand how we can support the grassroots level people. Either it can be technology, either it can be capacity building, either it can be networking. So you must have different tools in your kit to lead such startups. And I feel, because I'm also, in implementation, also I'm in planning, also I'm providing the consultancy to the small NGO. Also, we are, taking small assignments, also motivating the team to take and get the additional salary or compensation. So that motivation channel should be with you. So challenges always be there, because sometime, like in many economic slowdown, many CSR fund is going to be, reduces. So how you can, secure your existence and also support your team, your subordinates, then you should have multiple connections network. So that will support you.
Yeah. हाँ जी. Yeah. Mike.
I just want to add two things to him. उन्होंने कहा कि देखिए जॉब सीकर थे वो, नाउ ही इज जॉब गिवर. तो देखिए जब हम काम करते हैं, ठीक है, सैलरी जरूरी है और सैलरी कम भी होती है, कि रूरल डेवलपमेंट का कुछ सर ने कहा था अभी, डीजी सर ने, कि यू शुड सी सम पर्पस बिहाइंड ऑल्सो, नॉट ओनली द व्हाट यू आर अर्निंग फ्रॉम डेट. तो जब हम, तो जैसे मैं पंचायत का मैं आपको बताता हूँ, मैंने कुछ नहीं किया वहाँ पे. जो पहले पंचायत थे, जो लीडर थे, मुझे कोई राजनीति नहीं आती, ना नेतागिरी आती है, कुछ भी मुझे नहीं आता है. मुझे सिर्फ काम करना आता था कि जहाँ पे गैप्स है वहाँ मुझे काम करना है. विद द हेल्प ऑफ नॉलेज आई गेट फ्रॉम दिस इंस्टीट्यूट, तो गैप को, वॉइड को हमने फिल किया. वैसे सर बता रहे हैं कि जहाँ पे आप जॉब कर रहे हैं, जहाँ पे आपको गैप दिख रहा है, आप गैप को फिल करेंगे तो आप अल्टीमेटली यू विल कम विथ योर ओन, आपका खुद का कुछ होगा शुरू. और अगर खुद का हम कुछ करते हैं तो एक लाइफ तो लगती है पूरी, तुरंत नहीं होता है ना. पूरी लाइफ तो हमको लगानी पड़ती है. तो मैं सर, आई एम करेक्ट सर, मतलब मैं ठीक. तो हमको गैप्स देखने होंगे, कहाँ पर गैप्स है, और हम उनको धीरे धीरे हम उसको पूरा करेंगे तो शायद कुछ होगा कि हम जॉब गिवर बन जाएं.
करेक्ट. सो गैप्स है, रिसोर्सेस है, हमें कदम में जाना है. हाँ हाँ ठीक है. या वो टू मैम, वेल कम बैक टू यू सर. हाँ हाँ या नहीं जी कंप्लीट.
एक इम्पोर्टेंट बात है, जो मैत्री, अगर मैं बात करूँगा, ये एक अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म है. क्योंकि जब आप वहाँ पे बैठे होते हो तो आपको एक्सपोजर नहीं है कि जॉब साइड में क्या चल रहा है. लेकिन जैसे जैसे आप आगे बढ़ोगे तो आपको ये फील होगा कि आपको ऐसा मेंटरिंग, ऐसी गाइडेंस आपको चाहिए होगी. तो ये एक अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म है, इसको यूज करना है ताकि आपकी फर्दर जर्नी जो है और इम्प्रेसिव रहे. थैंक यू.
बिफोर आई कम बैक टू यू आशुतोष, मैम से एक सवाल पूछ लेते हैं. विल आस्क मैम, बिकॉज मैम हैज बीन क्लोजली वर्किंग विद द गवर्नमेंट फॉर लास्ट डिकेड, मोर देन a decade. And I think NIIT as an institution places a lot of people into the governments, right? If you look at our placement structure, at least more than 50% of the placements are into the governments. So what do you see? One, over the last 1 decade journey, the number of people getting into the governments is increasing. So do you see a future of people more, should our people get more into the governments or should they get into the market? What is your take on that?
Actually, it is very difficult to say that because from government side, implementation process will be there. So our people, our students as RD professionals, they can work nice in implementation process. But in implementation process means again in outside market also, if you compare to government share, CSR share is also good. And they are also implementing so many RD projects, but not NGOs are also implementing so many projects, but not up to the mark. Even in government also, we cannot say that they are implementing up to the mark. There are so many loopholes in implementation because as research associate and as internal auditor, I have seen so many drawbacks in implementation process. So to address those loopholes, RD professionals should be there more. So it is better our people go to government and as well as in private market also for the implementation process, for good implementation process. And one more thing I want to say that learning is a continuous process. As RD professional, we have to be flexible. We have to be flexible. That should not stick on to one project or one program. We have to be flexible to learn everything. For example, I started my career in NIRD as research associate, and I worked with CPME, that means planning and monitoring. And next, I worked with livelihoods. Center for Wage Employment. I worked with Center for Wage Employment. Again, social audit. And again, now I am working in internal audit. So I am shifting my profession every time. And now, as research associate, research consultant, I joined in CARD. But now I am looking trainings and I am looking license and even administration also I am looking in my center. So we should be flexible, more flexible. If you want work in government, even CSR also, just now madam told, one person has to implement all the programs. So as RD professionals, we have to be flexible and ready to learn always. Age is not a constraint for that. I'm only the example. I started a PGDRDM course at the age of 45. My batchmates are all are my son's age. I studied with them. I'm proudly saying that. Thank you.
Good, man. So in terms of the comfortness, maybe even I worked with government, a lot of my friends worked with the governments and are still working with the governments. So in terms of comfortness, once we start working in the government sector, we get into some comfortness.
Yes.
सुकून लगता है. बाहर निकलने तो बहुत मुश्किल है.
Yeah,
So
from
what do you
government
say?
will get the salary time to time and some comfort will be there. But I can say that if you work in NGOs, really you will get good experience also there in NGOs. Maybe sometimes we may not get salaries in time. Some NGOs will pay good salaries and time to time payments they will give, no problem about that. Some restrictions will be there in government. We cannot deviate policies of government. But in NGO side, we can raise our opinions and we can recommend our, we can suggest them. If we implement like this, otherwise we can do like this. Also management will accept that. But in government it is not possible. That is also there. Yeah. Comfortness is there, but work satisfaction will be little bit less.
Little bit less, yeah. Madam is strongly saying little bit less. Yeah, fine. Thanks, ma'am. Yeah. Nothing to force you, but I just want to really bring your perspective into the discussion. Maybe we'll move to the young panel members. She has been waiting for the elders to speak. Huh? So, you recently passed out 2-3 years back, right?
Yes, sir.
And you started working in the sector. And how do you see things now in terms of the job market? Because all the members are very senior. they have a different, when they started they had a different approach. Now they are looking at things differently. But aap as a young person who has come out of the market, so how do you see things are there for the young people?
Okay, so as I mentioned before, like I am here to share my experience, and the question what Mahidar sir has raised, that is also connected to my experience sharing. So after passing out from NIRDPR, I have joined in Rajasthan SRLM. I worked there for 1.5 year, and I have lot of learnings from there, working on the field with the community on grassroots level. And after working there, I got the experience that how community is behaving in terms of rural development, like what are their expectations, and what we can do as a development professionals for them. So the learnings I got from the SRLM, is really helpful for me working in the present organization Digital Green. So Digital Green is working for the farmers. They are not only working for the farm livelihoods, they are also working for livestock, gender aspects, and the strategy for Digital Green is enabling farmers, smallholder farmers, to use technology and data for making a prosperous community. So they are working for the farmers, they are working for them to enhance their livelihoods, and they are using video based approach, which is really useful, and it is found by the farmers itself that the approach is useful for us. The videos Digital Green is providing to farmers, that is also produced by the farmers themselves. So we train them to produce a video by using very like means handy equipments, so they can use it very comfortably. So we train them to produce a video in their local language, in the localized context, so they can understand it easily. And the farmers themselves are disseminating the videos in smaller groups in their meetings, so they can understand what are the opportunities in farming or in terms of livestock rearing, and also in health and hygiene.
Okay.
So Digital Green is providing training in all the terms, and we have like it is a global organization. So we are working in Ethiopia, Kenya, US, and India also. So there is opportunity for us to work in India or across the world by joining the organization. And also it is a farmer focused organization. So it is providing the farmers opportunities to work for themselves and earning money at the same time. So that's what I
So
want to say.
the point you are trying to make is there is a big scope that is coming to the agriculture
Yeah.
sector, and data and technology can play a big role in the agriculture sector,
Yes.
and that too in the developing countries, the African countries and the Indian subcontinent has a huge opportunities in terms of getting into these sectors.
Yes, sir.
So in terms of the job perspectives or the current trends, this has a big scope. Yeah, thank you. So he had some question to you, Surenji. Yeah,
hello,
because
sir.
some some participants have some questions. So we'll take these questions and maybe we'll summarize. Huh?
So as you told about like your startup, so nowadays like entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship development is an emerging concept, we can say. So there are several aspects in the startup management. So one of the key element is human resource management, and as you mentioned about 70 plus employees in different locations. So what are the different ways that like new entrepreneurs can manage a human resource in their startup, because it is a key element.
Yeah, thank you for the question. For leading anything, human resource are key. Without them, we make the plan, but to implement at ground, to take them to the last level, human resource are required. No doubt, because whatever networking I have created during my job tenure, that helps me a lot to understand the each and every level stuff. Like sometimes we require mobilizers to mobilize the community. Sometimes we require managers to lead the planning and ensure the documentation, able to attend the meetings, give the presentation. So we should be, that's what I'm telling, because Maitri can give the such, create the such platform. So after 2 to 3 years you might realize like all can have good resource, good connect. Because personally I say still we are having a gap for the documentation part, because many documentation, because now project scenario is changing, we are working on solid waste management component, but we hardly find the person who having that understanding, because they have completed their course, but that sense of understanding how we can take at 5 year vision. So that understanding linked human resource are missing, sometime value chain. We know how to initiate the farmers training, FPO, many things, but how to ensure the value chain and what are the small integrity. So through the network only you can ensure that level. So that's why I'm saying this platform will really helps, I can say, my organization also to you to switch and to think in broader perspective. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, sir. Then we have borrowed, I think I have borrowed 5 minutes from Shawan. So we have 4 people, 1 minute for each people, 1 minute to summarize. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone, for the interactive session, first of all. So I'm Shrikar from batch 17. I have a quick question for Chandranshu, sir, and a burning question for Madam and Sir Rahul, sir. So the quick question here is, many young people here, okay, now that you said that there is a certification abroad, and with that certification, our, our remuneration or whatever would be hiked. But many of the young lads and lasses sitting here, they don't have certification for things like passion, compassion, sacrifice, empathy, sympathy, walking in the shoes. So there are some other qualities actually which doesn't have any certification. But people actually possess them, but they don't know how to show. So now that we are talking about job givings, job seekings, how would a job seeker or a job giver have to look into that? How do you find that a person is passionate? How do you find that a person knows about walking in shoes, or he's empathetic? How do you actually identify such people, sir? That's a question to you, sir. So.
Yeah, the question is 1 minute, so you need to answer in 10 seconds, sir.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
quickly.
I think we have a very limited time, so
We'll because it's all our own internal family members, so we'll keep discussing over lunch also.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, over to you, sir. Please.
Okay. So, first thing is, when we talk about passion and other, qualities of a person, so I think these are very important qualities, not only in front of, when you are seeking a job, even when you are doing your job, when you are leading a normal life with your family and all. So, for as a job seeker, when you are sitting in front of an interviewer or anybody, I think the first responsibility lies in you also, that how you are going to show that to the person sitting in front of you. See, an interviewer would always be more experienced than you, and it is quite likely that they have worked with n number of people and they do understand from personality, the way the person is dressed. That itself says that how serious you are about this job where you have come for an interview. So as an interviewer, it is always important to look at these aspects. To be frank, there are times when we would reject the most say intelligent or the topper of the batch, because we know in 1 year he would just leave the job. Like I come from an IT background, from a corporate background, so there they don't select the topmost people because they know the company cannot pay like a Google or a Yahoo. So, for interviewer, it is easy to figure out these things. I think it is more important for us to look in ourselves, that are we able to, are we practicing enough that these kind of things come up when I'm giving an interview. I think this is something that we can introspect and work upon. So as I think Surender also said, MAITRI at this thing, alumni platform, we organize some interviews, quick interviews and everything. So, try to identify the channels, give interview to your roommate itself, and try to work on these qualities so that you can showcase it at right time. So with this, I'll close.
Thank you, sir. No, we have one final question from Sonali.
Good afternoon. My question is with ma'am and you, sir. I want to know what kind of opportunities are there for married women, because as I am a married woman and I have this location constraint. So my husband is working in investment banking sector and working for an MNC. So he might get he's working right now in Hyderabad, but we are planning to shift in Delhi. So location is a main constraint for me. So just want to know what kind of opportunity do I get, or particularly in government sector. हाँ, in government sector.
You want to take, ये तो कठिन सवाल कर दिया ना, अब शादी कर लिया, वो कहीं काम कर रहे हैं, हम कहीं काम करना चाहते हैं. Yeah.
Question is for me. Okay. I'm helpless in this to answer this, because I started my career after my children grown up. I told you, na, I studied with my son's age people. So up to that time, I was as a housewife only. And after my children grown up and the last child, he started his 6th standard. Then I joined in an NGO, that too local NGO. That is, and my husband's encouragement is also there to join PGDIDM course, 1 year residence course. He encouraged me, and now also he is encouraging me to go tours and everything. So the only problem is I'm now, my daughter-in-law is there to looking after everything at home. So I am enjoying my tours here.
Thanks, man. Maybe I don't know. Yeah. So we'll just accommodate Satish. So Satish will kill me if not. I will. Yes. I have more experienced person also.
Let me reply to her, respond to her. So, I don't think they. ज़्यादा करेगा. So don't be too much worried. It is beginning of your career. You are just in the first step here. So there's a long step to go to the end, right? So visualize what you can do. Figure out what you can do, even if you are in Delhi. There are so many skill development organizations, those are working. Travel obviously will be there. You will be traveling. So any corporate job, wherever you are working, still travel will be there. So you can explore the possibilities from now onwards. So don't worry about next 9 months. We'll take care. Don't worry about it. Don't be too much concerned. Okay. So it's for all girls. Okay. So and the parents also. It's a concern के बेटी है, शादी हो जाएगी, कैसे काम करेगी. तो all of you have come with a passion to development sector. Otherwise तुम लोग जा सकते थे वहाँ पे corporate में MBA कर सकते थे. यहाँ पे दिल्ली में easily job मिल सकता था. Why you have come here? Because you want to do something different. So from here you start reasoning yourself. You will get the direction. Okay.
And sir, DG sir had mentioned at the start that India Habitat Center में now NID has started. The opportunities.
Yeah. नहीं, luckily your husband is working in Hyderabad. दंतेवाड़ा में काम नहीं कर रहा है. तो ठीक है. Last question.
ओके, राइट. राहुल जी, मेरा प्रश्न आपको और सबको पैनल को भी है. जैसा आपने बताया कि जॉब सीकर और जॉब गिवर, तो अभी आप लोग सब लोगों को एक अलग तरीक़ा से देख रहे हैं. मतलब वहाँ पैनल और ये इस तरफ पैनल, हम लोगों को जॉब सीकर के तरफ देख रहा है. जैसा अभी अलुमनाई एसोसिएशन सोचेंगे, अलुमनाई एसोसिएशन जॉब गिवर का कैसा बन सकता है, ये थोड़ा बताइए. हम आप सब लोग, मतलब एसोसिएशन नौकरी क्रिएट करे ताकि हम लोग भी नौकरी पाए और दुनिया को भी नौकरी दे. तो ये बताइए कि हाउ वी कैन बिल्ड अ सस्टेनेबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन.
30 सेकेंड्स में आंसर कर पाएंगे आप?
सतीश, थैंक यू. मैं इसका हाफ पोर्शन का आंसर कर पाऊंगा कि अगर यू वांट टू बिकम सरपंच, आई नो डेट मुझे पता है आपको सरपंच कैसे बनना है, बस मैं आपसे जैसा बोलूं वैसा आप करेंगे तो आप सरपंच बन जाएंगे। ठीक है ना? मेरे पार्ट से हो गया। और सेकंड जो पार्ट है आपका, तो हम सबको भी ऑल मस्ट अंडरस्टैंड कि हमारी स्ट्रेंथ क्या है। जैसे कि अभी इसका नाम है मैत्री। मैत्री मीन्स फ्रेंडशिप। तो टाइम कंस्टेंट तो नहीं आना चाहिए ना इसमें कि 2 मिनट का सवाल है कि 1 मिनट का सवाल है। तो जब मैत्री को निभाएंगे तो हम समझेंगे एक दूसरे को, और फिर जो भी सर का एनजीओ है या मैं सरपंच हूं तो मैं सरपंच की गारंटी लेता हूं आप सरपंच बन जाओगे। बस जैसा मैं बोलूं वैसा आपको करना पड़ेगा। ठीक है? तो हमको थोड़ा सा गेट टुगेदर बढ़ाना पड़ेगा और समझना पड़ेगा। जैसे कि उन्होंने पूछा, बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन किया था कि ये कौन देखेगा कि हम में एम्पैथी है, कंपेशन है। ये तो जब हम बात करते हैं तो समझ में आता है कि मतलब कौन कितना सीरियस है, किसकी नज़र कहाँ पर है, और क्या कौन यहाँ पे क्या करने आया है ना? बहुत घूमने फिरने भी आए हैं, बाद में पता पड़ेगा उनको। और किसी को प्रेशर है अभी से कि क्या होगा, जैसे मैडम ने कहा कि क्या होगा, तो आप चिंता मत करें। आप गवर्नमेंट के चक्कर में रहेंगे मैडम तो परेशान रहेंगे हमेशा, क्योंकि उसमें ट्रांसफर होते रहते हैं। और आप दिल्ली जाइए, हम सबकी बेस्ट विशेष आपके साथ है, आपकी बहुत अच्छी जॉब लगेगी। और सर है, देवप्रिया सर है, तो प्लेसमेंट ऑलरेडी आपका पक्का है। थैंक यू। थैंक यू।
We'll just we will not take any more questions. Yeah. So
ठीक है सतीश भाई, ठीक है?
नहीं, हम आप समझे कि आप लेजिस्लेटिव में अगर हम आना चाहते हैं, आप जैसे गाइड करेंगे तो हम हो जाएंगे। बट मेरा बस का समझ में नहीं, सवाल नहीं।
हाँ, नहीं, मैंने बता दिया कि जैसे आपने बोला ना कैसे हम कैसे आपको जॉब सीकर, मतलब आपको आपके लिए हम हेल्प कर सकते हैं, है ना? जो भी यहाँ पे बैठे हैं, तो मैं सरपंच हूँ तो मैं सरपंच का आपको ट्रिक बता सकता हूँ। सर का एनजीओ है, सर एनजीओ के बारे में बता सकते हैं। पर एक ये मैंने कहा कि जब हम जान लेंगे एक दूसरे को और फिर होगा कि कौन हमारे लिए, तो हम उनके लिए रिकमेंड कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि रिकमेंडेशन से बहुत फर्क पड़ता है। और मुझे पता है कि आप इंटरेस्टेड नहीं है रूरल डेवलपमेंट, बस है कि हाँ दोस्त ने लिया है या लगा कि एनआईडी अच्छा कॉलेज है यहाँ पे लेना है, एडमिशन ले लिया। पर आप रूरल डेवलपमेंट चाहते ही नहीं है, उसकी थीम क्या है, आप काम करना ही नहीं चाहते हैं। जैसे बहुत लोग होते हैं, बहुत पेपर वर्क बहुत अच्छा होता है बहुतों का, तो फील्ड विजिट पे भी आप में से जाते होंगे तो कोई सुबह उठता ही नहीं होगा जल्दी, और कोई सुबह से उठ के तैयार हो जाते हैं कि नहीं काम करना है, पूछना है, ग्रुप डिस्कस करना है, जीडी करना है। वो गेहूं बिक रहा है तो गेहूं की मंडी में उनसे क्वेश्चन पूछना है कि मॉइस्चर कम क्यों आ रहा है, बाकी सब खड़े हैं अलग ही। तो जैसा आपका इंटरेस्ट होगा वैसे ही आपके लिए अपॉर्चुनिटी कहीं ना कहीं तैयार हो रही है। आप डेफिनेट रहिए, कहीं ना कहीं आपके लिए अवसर बन रहे हैं, पर आपको सीरियस होना पड़ेगा। रूरल डेवलपमेंट आप आए हैं तो समझना पड़ेगा गाँवों को और इसकी थीम को समझना पड़ेगा। ये मेरा विश्वास है, मैं कोई नियम नहीं बता रहा हूँ, है ना? ये मुझे ऐसा लगता है। ठीक है सर, आप कंप्लीट कर दीजिए इसको।
सर जल्दी कंप्लीट करना।
इसमें पहले तो ये समझना पड़ेगा कि हमारा जितना भी बेस है, जैसे एग्जांपल लेते हैं, अभी हमारे पास 80 स्टूडेंट्स हैं जिनको जॉब चाहिए। इसमें से सबका क्या एक थॉट प्रोसेस है, कौन किस में जाना चाहता है। ऐसा नहीं कि जॉब की कमी है, लेकिन क्वालिटी मैन पावर की कमी है। काफ़ी जगह क्या होता है कि डॉक्यूमेंटेशन एक्सपर्ट की रिक्वायरमेंट है, लेकिन हमारा वो अप्रोच नहीं है। हम चाहते हैं किसी और फील्ड वर्क में जाने के लिए। तो पहले तो हमें जज करना पड़ेगा। अगर हम डिवाइड करते हैं 80 मेंबर्स की क्लास को कि कितने लोग हैं जो साउंड विद द डॉक्यूमेंटेशन, अगर हम निकल के आता है कि 10 लोग हैं और वो जाना चाहते हैं, उनका प्रायोरिटी ये होना चाहिए कि हाँ हमें जाना है। तब तो हम देखो, नेटवर्क जब हम कनेक्ट करेंगे, जो हमने ये प्लेटफॉर्म एनआईडी जो लीड कर रही है, तो उसको हम कैसे एक मैचिंग में कैसे लेके आएंगे, उसके लिए आपको ये आपके लेवल पे पहले स्क्रूटनी होनी चाहिए, फिल्टर होना चाहिए। और वो जब डाटा रहेगा हमारे पास कि इतने लोग हैं जो फील्ड वर्क में जाना चाहते हैं, इतने लोग हैं जो स्किल में सोच रहे हैं, इतने लोग हैं जो चाहते हैं कि मॉनिटरिंग वैल्यूज में कैरियर देख रहे हैं, इतने लोग हैं जो डॉक्यूमेंट्री उस कंपोनेंट में सोच रहे हैं कि कैसे इम्पैक्ट स्टोरी को कैप्चर किया जा सके। तो जब वो चीज़ें आएगी तो वी हैविंग गुड नेटवर्क, देयर ऑलवेज ए रिक्वायरमेंट फॉर द गुड मैन और ह्यूमन रिसोर्स। सो वो हम कनेक्ट कर पाएंगे, लेकिन वो कहते हैं ना जब तक हमें पता नहीं होगा कहाँ से हम हेल्प कर पाएंगे.
But you are saying like the existing projects which the need is there, जो नीड है उसके हिसाब से सोच रहे हैं. मतलब ये सब मिलके एक प्रोजेक्ट क्रिएट करेंगे तब तो मतलब प्लेस हो सकता है और हम ही लोग नौकरी शुरू कर सकते हैं.
कर सकते हैं. हाँ, so कर सकते हैं.
हाँ, उसके लिए ये किया जा सकता है. जैसे अभी देखो ट्रेंड चेंज हो रहा है. ट्रेंड कैसे चेंज हो रहा है? अभी जो सोसाइटी में ये वर्ल्ड में जो मेजर की चैलेंजेस है, जैसे अब मैं बात करूँगा कि सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट की बात है एग्जांपल. अभी हम लोगों का क्या थॉट प्रोसेस है, अगर हम हैदराबाद का स्टडी करें तो हैदराबाद में कैसे अभी मैनेज हो रहा है, क्या क्या गैप्स आ रहे हैं, उसके ऊपर सभी मिलके 1 महीने 2 महीने का प्रोजेक्ट बनाइए, गवर्नमेंट को प्रेजेंट करिए. उससे क्या होगा, एक्सपोजर मिलेगा और आपको अपना थॉट प्रोसेस इनबिल्ड करने के लिए, रीचेक करने के लिए टाइम मिलेगा. क्योंकि काफ़ी एजेंसी है जिनको ये चाहिए. तो आपका जब स्टडी के ड्यूरेशन में ये चीज़ें होगी तो काफ़ी अच्छे कर पाओगे. वैल्यू चेंज जैसे मैंने बताया, हम बात करते हैं लाइवलीहुड की, हम बात करते हैं स्किल डेवलपमेंट की, लेकिन जब इंटरप्राइज सेटअप की, लेकिन जब एंड टू एंड जब नहीं होगा. हमने एग्जांपल लिया, मैंने एक बाइक रिपेयरिंग का हमने ट्रेनिंग दिया, उसको हमने सेटअप कर दिया, लेकिन जो जितने पास आउट होंगे उनको सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए हम कैसे कनेक्ट करेंगे? क्योंकि गांव में तो सब ऐसा तो नहीं है कि होंडाज के शोरूम है या सुजुकी के शोरूम है, वो तो नहीं है. तो उसके लिए तो हमें प्लान करना पड़ेगा कि कैसे उसको कनेक्ट करेंगे. वो कनेक्ट के लिए आपको समझना पड़ेगा, वो थॉट प्रोसेस आना चाहिए.
Good. No, given in the interest of time, so I'm closing. Yeah, I'm cutting short both of you. Extremely sorry. Yeah, there are also a lot of questions people would like to ask. Maybe this is the very purpose we are meeting here. So we'll have meetings over lunch. We'll have meetings over in the evenings. We'll be there over the next one and a half day. So you can continue to ask. Apart from I thank the esteemed panel. A good round of applause for the panel. There are also other very senior members sitting on the other side. So they also have a lot of experience. So you know each other, so you'll have a lot of answers. And hopefully this one and a half day would solve that. I think the very
और जिन्होंने
Rahul was making,
क्वेश्चन जिन्होंने पूछे उनके लिए भी जोरदार ताली एक बार, है ना? क्योंकि उन्हें कहीं ना कहीं चिंता है तो है ना, तो अच्छी बात है, आपको चिंता है तो कुछ होगा जरूर फिर. ठीक, थैंक यू.
यही है, in order to summarize the early larger discussion, the very point Rahul had made is apt कि हमें invest in relationships करना है, invest in networks करना है, and you will have answers to all of these questions. So I would summarize this in these 2 words, and thank you everyone. Yeah, thank you. We'll meet after lunch at 2:30. Ji, ma'am, you want to say something?
No, it was just to call them.
Yeah, please.
Thank you everyone for your enlightening suggestions. These will surely help us to create our careers in our respective sectors. Thank you everyone, and we'll be get back at 2:30. Thank you so much.